Welcome to Table Talk, the place for deep conversations in the Geekverse. And trust me, when we tear into a subject, we go deep. I'm Heath, and I'll be your host. Each episode, I'll be talking with one or more creators, authors, illustrators, publishers, or other movers and shakers in games, TV, books, movies, or other areas of the Geekverse. Regular guests include Douglas A. Burton, the author of Faraway Bird, a multi-award-winning historical fiction novel of the Byzantine Empress Theodora. He's also the author of The Heroine's Labyrinth, an alternative story structure to the hero's journey that often occurs in stories with feminine heroes. That structural framework frequently comes up in our analysis of story. Brianna Da Silva, she's the director and co-writer of The Cultists, a Lovecraftian comedy mockumentary-style web show here on YouTube, and the author of The City of Reckoning, an epic fantasy novel of political intrigue, the ethics of war, and young love. Kamran Pasha is a screenwriter, director, novelist, and was a writer and producer on the series Kings, a producer on NBC's Bionic Woman, and a co-producer and writer for Sleeper Cell. He's also written for the CW series Nikita and Roswell, New Mexico. He's been breaking news from inside Lucasfilm, Disney, and Hollywood. His analysis and commentary have become very popular on YouTube. We regularly meet to discuss and analyze stories, and when we do, we dive into graduate-level seminars on story structure and writing. Come on in and let's go deep. And when I say we're going deep, I mean you'd better bring your hard suit. Other guests have included Lou Anders, the author of the Thrones and Bones fantasy novels, Once Upon a Unicorn, the creator and publisher of the Norengard RPG, and the author of Star Wars, A Pirate's Price, the book that explains why the Millennium Falcon is on the planet Batu at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. Mark Tassin, the creator of the World of Ataltis, head of Mechanical Muse, former director of the Gen Con Writers Symposium, and the head developer of the new Cool Name RPG. Let's see, who else?
Bond. James Bond.
Well, not James Bond. Not yet. Maybe soon, though. But I have interviewed Jamie Stegmaier, the founder of Stonemaier Games, crowdfunder extraordinaire, and publisher of many hit board games like Scythe and Wingspan. Brian Colin, sculptor of the world of Revelo, Monster Busts, and the creator of the vast, grim, dark horror RPG. Ajit George, the Dungeons & Dragons author. We talked about game writing, education, and his contribution to Van Richter's Guide to Ravenloft and the development of the Journeys to the Radiant Citadel.
I am Hela, Odin's firstborn, commander of the legions of Asgard, the rightful heir to the throne and the goddess of death.
Well, actually, that interview got rather spicy, so I think I'd better just keep that one to myself. Kate Wilson, a YouTuber, actress, host, and prolific geek guru who's now working to make a new show dedicated to the world of tabletop gaming a reality. So buckle up and get ready for a wild ride, because it's time to explore the worlds of tabletop gaming, sci-fi, fantasy, and all of geekdom through the eyes of those who are making things happen.
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger, ready to move out.
It's time for Table Talk. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to my home. Welcome to my office. Welcome to Table Talk. It is fantastic to have everybody this evening. This is a very special, and I think it's going to be a fantastic discussion on the Christmas story tonight. I see we've got lots of people already in the chat. 16 people watching. Everybody's here. This is going to be a fantastic conversation. I do want to say welcome to everyone who is new here, because we have been, this channel, since we've separated Table Talk over onto its own channel, has been blowing up over the past week. We had just over 500 subscribers a week ago. We got like 874 today. So we have just been blowing up. So if you're here, if you're new, please say hello in the chat. Let us all know. Because, hey, we might even toast you. So please let us know. Thank you, everybody who is here and everybody who subscribed, especially, well, to this new channel, and especially over the last week. It is so great to have you here. We are talking about the Christmas story tonight with two of our absolute favorite guests on the show, Brianna Da Silva and Kamran Pasha. Welcome.
Yay.
No, it's an honor, and I haven't been on your channel in a long time, but I'm really excited to be back on with two wonderful people that I've talked to before and I have a great relationship with. And this story is very important to me personally, and we're going to get into it.
All and right. We got a beautiful sunset right behind you. Isn't that lovely?
I know.
It's not a screensaver. It's actually my sunset for now.
But the timing is great.
Ground looks amazing. All right. Well, let's do some quick introductions. Cameron, do you want to introduce yourself first? I'm going to bring up
Yeah,
your Patreon right here.
Cool. Yeah, that's very nice. Thank you. I mean, I think you did a very lovely introduction in the earlier part of the video scroll, but I'll just repeat why. So I'm a professional screenwriter. My name's Kamran Pasha. I've been doing this for about in April will be 23 years, and I've worked on a lot of shows from Sleeper Cell to a bunch of CW shows like Nikita and Rain and Roswell, New Mexico, and and I've become a little bit of a figure, maybe sometimes a controversial figure on YouTube, but I always try to speak from the heart and try to tell things as I see them and as I hear them. So, and I'm hoping to share some of that heartfelt discussion today when we talk about the Nativity.
Thank you. And I will also say that Doug was supposed to be here. Doug Burton was supposed to be here, but his wife got sick. He messaged me about an hour before before the show started, that his wife is sick, and so he is having to take care of all the kids tonight. So, yes, we were supposed to have Doug, but he's not here. He's taking care of other business. So,
well, if you're watching, Doug, may your wife heal very quickly. I know it's a big responsibility being a family man. So take care of what you got to take care of.
Hopefully he is watching. All right, Brianna, you want to introduce yourself?
Who I watched it. Oh yes, so I am Brianna Da Silva. I'm a writer-director. I have my my first novel, City of Reckoning, is an epic fantasy about a bunch of young people who get caught up in a war and begin to wonder if they're fighting for the wrong side. And that is on all the places. And then all the places you can buy books. Waiting for you to go to the next tab.
Oh, okay. I'm on my way. All right. And you can also go right here.
Oh, yes. And so then I have I'm not active on social media, but if you want to keep up with me, like my projects, what I'm up to, I have a newsletter and I send that out once a month. And he's got the link for that in the chat. And yeah. And then I mentioned this last time, but I have a short film that is now on my YouTube channel, and I'm going to put another one on there soon. And so if you want to see that, if you want to follow some of my film stuff, that will be the way to do it for now.
All right. All of those links just went into the chat. So everybody follow Brianna on YouTube, subscribe to her newsletter, and get her book. And then me, I'm Heath Robinson. I'm the host here. But most recently, this is also a very important story to me. And actually one of the very first stories that I ever wrote and published, which was in the high school literary magazine in 10th grade, was my story about the Christmas story from the perspective of the angels. And I just called it the Christmas story at the time. And ever since then, I've been meaning to get out a Christmas story and never have, but I made it happen this year. So what I did is I revisited, and basically I completely rewrote. It's basically a completely new story, but I sat down with that story that I had written in 10th grade about warrior angels, because that is a big theme of mine. I sat down, I completely—
He's big into warrior angels, yes.
I'm big into warrior angels. What do you get around here with me is rabbits and angels. You get rabbits and angels. Those are the two things you get. So I completely rewrote the story, and I've got it up on Kickstarter right now. So we're going to be talking, I hope tonight, as we talk about things, I'll talk about how we or how I adapted the story to the short story that I wrote. That's up on Kickstarter right now if you would like a copy. And then also, like, where is right here? This is an early proof of the physical copy. I actually sent a new digital files off for the physical copy today. So this one isn't quite right, but I mean, it's basically done. This is a close to finished proof of the story.
Yay.
Thank you.
Progress.
So that's us. Oh, thank you, Brent. A way to get the story done this year. So yes, I made it happen. I've released a rabbit story, Goodnight Sword, got done this year. Trial of Saint Gabriel's getting done this year. And I was telling Brianna that I've got a particular short film that might even get done this year. And if that all gets done, this would be a major year for me. So, all right, let's talk about the Christmas story. We had talked about this earlier, about how exactly best to approach this story. Or excuse me, how to approach this conversation about this story. And I thought that one of the things that we should say first and begin with is that the Christmas story, as it is kind of in the popular imagination, and we'll say a popular American imagination, if you say, here's what the Christmas story is, happens to be a version of the Christmas story that actually isn't in the Bible. That, like, if you read that, it's an amalgamation, it's a hybrid of different events that happen in two very different Christmas stories. that like, so even when I learned the Christmas story as a kid, and you've got like a kid's book that you're reading, you get this interpretation of the Christmas story that is a blend of St. Luke and St. Matthew, and it also makes things seem very like they happen very quickly. You know, there's the Annunciation, and then boom, she gives birth, and then the shepherds show up, and then the wise men show up, and just boom, 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 all that night, and you're done, and everything is happy. But that's not actually the way it is. They're two separate stories that tell different things and have different purposes. And actually, Brianna took all kinds of notes and wanted to start off with that. So I think that's how we start.
Yeah, there's a biblical scholar I'm a big fan of. His name is Bart Ehrman, and I've read a bunch of his books. And I remember there was a kind of an offhand comment he made about this. And then in an interview, he said, like, sometimes for my students, I have them just go and read both of these stories and then write down everything that happens in them and then compare them. And I was like, well, that sounds like a fun activity. So I did that for myself. And I want to share with you guys kind of like this list that I created just so we can see visually like what's happening in each story. And the point of this is, you know, if we're looking at it from a story perspective, because I also looked at like which each one is accomplishing narratively, at least my own interpretation. We can discuss that maybe. I don't know if people have the other interpretations, but from what I can see, I think they have different protagonists. They have different like messages. They have different tones even. And so I think you lose like the intention of what each of these stories is doing by forcing it into this third story. So let me share my screen and show it visually, because that's the best way to do it.
Okay.
Hold, give me a second. Present.
There were other tables that I found online of like comparing and contrasting St. Matthew and St. Luke, but Brianna's material is most comprehensive.
I wrote it all out. So I just wrote here like what I just said. So the New Testament has two different nativity stories. By kind of forcing them into this third one, it's actually less coherent and it loses a lot of like, yeah, as you'll see, we'll just get into it. So a quick little note on this key, because this was just what I was using as I was keeping track of stuff. I'll come back to what these colors are, but the yellow is something that is shared between both stories. Bold is something that has a very distinct difference or even a contradiction between them. And then the green and red are these things that I was noticing that each story is kind of using these narrative devices that the other one doesn't. So let's just go through it real quick. So I'll read Matthew and then we'll go to Luke. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but we'll just talk through each of the things that happens. So in Matthew, we start off with Mary and Joseph, these two characters who are engaged, but they don't live together yet. While Mary is engaged, she is found to be pregnant. So Joseph, he's making plans that he's going to make plans to divorce her. And then an angel of the Lord visits him in a dream. So that's an important thing for this story. Dreams are very important in this story. And the angel tells him, you know, that Mary's pregnancy is by the Holy Spirit. So he decides to take her as his wife, but he's still going to wait to sleep with her until after the baby is born. So that's making her a virgin. That's very important in both stories. So Jesus is born in Bethlehem. And now, note, I bolded this. In the context of this story, it's strongly implied that like everything up to this point has also happened in Bethlehem. There's no indication that they had to relocate to Bethlehem. It just says, and then he's born in Bethlehem.
Right. Yes. One of them I had to deal with that actually when rewriting it. One of them has like they just live in Bethlehem. The other one has them relocating. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we'll talk a little about what Bethlehem could have meant in Matthew when we get to some of the commentary about what this meant in the first century, second century.
And I'll make a quick aside too, because you know one of the things that both of these stories is trying to fix is that clearly there seems to be a strong indication, at least a lot of scholars think, that there probably was someone named Jesus who was born in Nazareth or lived in Nazareth, I mean. But there was a prophecy, of course, that the Messiah was supposed to come from Bethlehem. And so both of them are kind of fixing this problem in different ways. So in this case, they start off in Bethlehem. Some Magi arrive in Jerusalem after seeing his star. They're looking for him. And then when King Herod hears about this, young potential usurper that's been born, he freaks out. He tells them to seek out the child and then tell him where the child is. So the Magi enter the house. The word house is used in Bethlehem. So again, it's implied that like they've just been in this house as their house where they live.
Because if they just
by the way, the Hebrew, first of all, this wasn't written in Hebrew. This, at least in the text we have, is in Greek, right? We don't have the Hebrew versions of it. But you know, in Hebrew, Bethlehem it comes from bait, right, which is house, right? So it's interesting the use of houses were being referred to again, right? So
interesting. So they give gifts, and then they are warned. So their dream comes up again. So the Magi are warned in a dream not to return to Herod, and so they go home instead. Another dream. Angel of the Lord warns Joseph in a dream that he needs to flee to Egypt because Herod is going to try to destroy the child. So they sneak out by night, and Joseph flees with his family to Egypt. And then when he realizes he's been tricked, he kills all the children in and around Bethlehem who are 2 years and under. And there's a phrase in there that says something like, according to the time the Magi gave him. So this gives us a timeline clue as well. So there's an implication that the arrival of the Magi, the flight to Egypt, the slaughter of the innocents, all of that has happened well after Jesus' birth, up to a year or two later. So, the child's born, some time passes, Magi come, and then they leave. They run, in danger, basically. And then finally, when Herod dies, again, Joseph has a dream telling him it's safe to return. But he doesn't go all the way back to Bethlehem because Herod's son is now ruling. So he thinks it may still be dangerous. And a dream confirms that for him. So instead, he takes his family to a different district of Galilee, and then he makes his home in a town called Nazareth. So again, very clear in context. This is the first time Mary and Joseph are arriving in Nazareth in the story. They had to leave Bethlehem, their home, because of the slaughter of innocents, because it was dangerous.
I just want to make one point on this, which is the coming out of Egypt. It also serves a prophetic story. Again, because they're relating to, the Christians are trying to say this is the fulfillment of Hebrew Bible prophecies of the Messiah as was understood at the time. And so there are Bible references to God saying, I will call my son out of Egypt. Now, Jews would have interpreted that's referencing the son being Israel was called out of Egypt and brought to Sinai, right? But Christians said, well, that's a direct reference. I will call my son out of Egypt. Well, did he call? So now he has to go to Egypt for him to be called out of Egypt, right?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. Yes, because that's something else they were trying to do with.
Yes.
And when I say trying to, there's something
fulfilling prophecies is really important to both of these writers.
Yes, to both these writers.
And I think Matthew also is deliberately connecting Jesus to Moses. Like there's elements of those stories that sound like
you're right.
Jesus is the story of Jesus.
All the children being killed.
Yes. That's exactly parallel to Pharaoh. Yes. Very good. Very good. I'm glad you brought that up. All right, let's go to Luke. Luke is a much happier story.
Luke is happier. That's the happy version.
Luke, when I was looking at these, I felt like Matthew was this very serious story. Luke feels like a Disney movie, like genuinely.
And we're going to talk about why the energy is different between Matthew and Luke. They have different audiences who are experiencing different things. We'll get to that.
Yes, well, let's talk about that after. Yes. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say there. So in Luke, we start off, we actually have two different miraculous births that are happening. And so I'll go ahead and explain what the difference is between the green and the red. As we noticed in Matthew, whenever God speaks to someone, it's through a dream. In Luke, there are no dreams. Every time God wants to speak to someone, he sends an angel that physically appears. So it's a different repeating motif. So in this one, we start off with this older couple. They're older in years, Zechariah and Elizabeth. Elizabeth is barren, and they're both, righteous people or whatever. And
these are characters not mentioned in Matthew.
Yeah. Also, everything,
right.
Everything that's not in yellow doesn't exist in the other story.
You start to read Luke, and you're like, wait a minute, what are these people? Because it talks about John the Baptist. You're like, wait a minute, hold on, I don't know who these people are, right?
Right. So
let's keep going. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you. I just have to feel like energized to say things. So yes,
these are all good interruptions. So Zechariah goes to the temple, and the angel Gabriel visits him, and he tells him that his wife Elizabeth is going to have a son. And so Zechariah is like, how is this possible? And in punishment for his doubting and his questioning, Gabriel temporarily makes him mute. And so Elizabeth, she conceives just as the prophecy said. And then we go over to our story takes us to a new location, to Nazareth. So notice the other one started in Bethlehem. In this story, we start in Nazareth. So God sends Gabriel to speak to Mary. And so here, so she's also a virgin who's currently engaged to Joseph. And Gabriel tells Mary that she's going to conceive and bear a son via the Holy Spirit. So, it says, he's going to be the Son of God, all these things. And Mary, now it's interesting to note, because I think this is really important to what the story is doing. Mary also asks a question, kind of like, how is this possible? I've never been with a man, but the spirit of how these two ask the question is different. Like Mary is more like she's questioning, but she's still accepting in faith. Whereas Zechariah, I think it's more of like a doubt kind of a thing. I think I'd be curious to know what you guys think, but it seems to me that we're supposed to compare these two characters. They both are presented with a miracle and they respond differently. And Mary is the one that responds the way she's supposed to. But overall, she reacts very positively. She's like, let it be as God has decreed. And then she goes and visits her relative Elizabeth, who also has that supernatural conception. The child leaps in the womb at the sound of Mary's voice. And they're both just like, this chapter just goes on talking about how Mary and Elizabeth are both filled with joy. Mary breaks out into song. This is why I say it's like a Disney movie. There's a lot of breaking out into song. And she stays with her for 3 months and then comes home. And interesting to note, what's not in the story is that there's no indication that anyone disbelieves Mary or that anyone suspects her of infidelity. Like maybe that happened, but it's just not in the story. It's all just like more happy stuff.
And there's a reason for why Luke wouldn't care about that. We'll get to it.
Yes. And also I think it's important to note that in the other one, it's like she's found to be pregnant and then Joseph learns that it is by the Holy Spirit. In this one, before she's pregnant, she learns that Mary learns that it's going to happen and all this. So Elizabeth gives birth to John. Another miracle happens. Zechariah, he regains his speech. He breaks into praise. And then John grows. He goes into the wilderness until his public appearance later. And then we have something that is not in Matthew's story. So a decree goes out that everyone needs to be registered. And Joseph and Mary, they go from Nazareth to Bethlehem to be registered there because Joseph is descendant from the house of David. And then while they're in Bethlehem, Mary gives birth. And this is the classic one many of us have heard, where there's no room for them. I noticed in one of the versions I was reading, it said guest room. We're used to hearing inn. So that's,
that guest room was one of the earlier accounts. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting. But anyway, she wraps him in cloths, lays him in a manger. And then an angel of the Lord, again, physical appearance, visits some shepherds, tells them that the Messiah has been born. These angels appear, they're praising God, there's more singing. They go and they visit the newborn Jesus, and they're spreading the word of everything they've heard. And then Mary, again, this story is very much from Mary's perspective. We hear, we know what she's thinking. She treasured all these words and pondered them in her heart. We hear nothing about Mary's perspective in the other story. It's all Joseph. So the shepherds, they glorify, praise God. And then this part is kind of a little bit after the official, Christmas story, but it's important to note for time reasons, for timeline reasons. So on the 8th day, so there's this law, I wrote down here, it's Leviticus 12:1-8, where it's for male children, I think it's after 8 days, the child is given their name and they're circumcised. And there's another 33 days where the mother is considered unclean and impure, and she has to go and do this purification thing. And if you're the oldest son, has to also be dedicated to God, and there's a sacrifice that's made. So they do all this.
Which we will come back to in the Quranic story, which isn't referenced here. We'll come back to that.
Cool. So they do all that. There's another miraculous situation where this old man encounters him and praises God and stuff like that. But basically, the wording is that after they've done everything required by the law, Mary, Joseph, and Jesus return home to Nazareth. So this is not a year or two. This is about a month or two after he's born. They go back home. So those are the two stories. And well, I will see if anyone has any comments before I go into because I have my analyzing of the two, but I want to just pause for a second. If anyone else had any comments they wanted to make first.
Attack, Cameron.
Well, I want to be I don't want to step on your commentary. I've got thoughts that I just want to lay out before we go into the commentary. We should understand a little bit just of.
Let me stop sharing for a second.
What the setting of these two books are, right? So again, none of this is meant to disrespect anyone's religious beliefs.
That's not my goal either. I'm just looking at it as a story.
We're analyzing story. We're analyzing story here, and I'm also going to give the at least the opinion of the majority of biblical scholars today. That includes the consensus amongst Christian scholars, maybe not amongst many evangelical scholars, but against more Catholic and most quote unquote mainstream Protestant things. there is a large consensus about this. So forgive me if this isn't what you believe. I'm just telling you what the current narrative is in academia. Okay. All right. So with that in mind, the current narrative is that we don't really know who wrote the four gospels, right? They don't even have their names attributed to them until at least a couple of centuries later. They, as far as we are aware from the earliest references to them, they're just, they are accounts. And then later, a couple of centuries later, people say, well, that's a gospel according to Matthew, that's a gospel according to Luke, right? So we have these, as far as we know, anonymous books, but we've been able to at least, let's go with the names that they officially have, Matthew and Luke. Those are the two that we're dealing with here, okay? It's important that the other two don't have these nativity stories. Mark, which as the current scholarship is, the Mark is the oldest gospel. That's the current scholarship. And I have a caveat to that. I think it's the oldest gospel in Greek, but we can get to that.
And it's the oldest one that we have still, because there's an older
I think there are
a reference that we've lost.
Well, there are Hebrew Aramaic gospels that are lost that are older than Luke than Mark. But setting that, we got to go with what we got, right? So this is what we got, and so Mark is the oldest, and they're all written in Koine Greek. They're not written in Hebrew, the text that we have today. So Greek, was the language of the empire in the east. Of the Roman Empire spoke Greek in the east and Latin in the west, right? And so the Passion of the Christ is inaccurate about that, in my opinion, that most of the soldiers are all running around talking to Jesus in Latin, Pontius Pilate talking in Latin. I am of the view that probably was talking to him in Greek because all the texts are in Greek. If they talked to him at all in that language, because Greek was really the language of the upper classes, not necessarily peasants from Galilee would have been speaking Greek, right? Okay, so let's look at it. So Mark and John don't have these stories at all, and it's interesting because both of those go into John the Baptist, right? And then we're going to get to why John the Baptist maybe is more important here in Luke. So we got Matthew and Luke. The current biblical scholar narrative is that Matthew and Luke are being written at the end of the first century, probably somewhere between 70 to 90 AD, right? And being written for two specific communities that are different. So Matthew is being written for what is evolving out of Jewish Christianity. There is larger consensus that the earliest followers of Jesus were practicing Orthodox Jews and were considered as such by other Christians who didn't buy into their leader being the Messiah, but they didn't think of them as founding a new religion, right, with a new theology. And they were largely still law-abiding. They kept Sabbath, they kept kosher, they circumcised, all these things. They went to the temple. So that's in the early part from, let's say, 30 AD to about 40, 50 AD. And from 50 AD onwards, there really is a Gentile mission that Paul leads, right? Which becomes modern Christianity. Jewish Christianity largely gets eclipsed. It doesn't disappear. And we'll talk about, when we talk about Islam, seems to have continued to exist, as a minority inside of Christianity for at least 5 or 6 more centuries. And then essentially it became absorbed into Islam, and Islam arose. But so Matthew is writing for that Jewish Christian community that's already being essentially pushed out of Judaism. So initially Christians are, they're not Christians. They're called Nazarenes. We know this from history. They weren't called Christians. They're called Christians later in Antioch, right, which is a city in modern-day Turkey. It was in Syria in those days, but Antioch was where they got the name Christians. That we know from the Acts of the Apostles. They were called Nazarenes before. That was that was their club, the Nazarenes, or Jesus the Nazarene, and Jesus and the Nazarenes, right? And so he is right, but by 70 AD, when the temple is destroyed, the Romans are crushing rebellion inside of the Holy Land and basically wiping out Jewish communities. At this point, now this Jewish Christian community is beginning to distance itself. It's already being rejected by other Jews as being. It's gone from being Jews that believe their teacher is the Messiah to Jews with a theology that's becoming increasingly different from other Jews. And so by this period, rabbis start saying these aren't Jews, right? But Matthew's people still think they're Jews. They still think they're Jews, right? And so he's writing to these people who are beginning to feel like a persecuted minority in Judaism, right? Rather than another branch of Judaism, which they were before, right? Now they're like the people that everyone is like, they don't want to be associated with these guys. That's an evolution, right? So Matthew's writing for those people who are feeling beleaguered, who want to still call themselves Jews, but are surrounded by other Jews who are saying you're heretics. That's a new development by the time Matthew's writing. Okay, and Luke is not writing for them at all. Luke, whoever wrote Luke, and the traditional Christian thing is it's written by a guy named Luke, who it was Paul's disciple. It was Paul, Paul Paul has his followers, his students, right? And he's one of Paul's students who goes on his adventures with him. It's mentioned in the Acts of the Apostle. And the general belief is that whoever wrote Luke also wrote the Acts of the Apostle. And early Christians said, well, that was this Luke guy that Paul mentioned in his letters, and that's who it was, even though the gospel is anonymous, right? And so, but that guy, whoever that guy was, we'll call him Luke. Luke is writing for Gentile Christians who have been converted to this religion, who at this time, by now, these people, they were never keeping kosher. They were never getting circumcised. They were Greeks and Romans and Egyptians and others, Turks, who are already Gentiles that liked this new idea of this, Messiah figure. They liked this religion and its teachings. And they came on board through Paul, and they were never Jews. They weren't interested in being Jews for the most part. And Luke is writing for them. So he has no interest in any way promoting or justifying this text in relationship to Judaism of his time, because he's writing people that were never Jews, right? So that's the difference. Sense. That's the difference, and that can explain why some guys are focusing on different things. So I'm going to stop now. Let's get into your analysis.
That really does fit, and I'll make a note on why I'm thinking that in just a second. Let me share my screen again. Takes me a second. Bear with me. Oops. Here we go.
Well, that not only in the Christmas story is what Cameron's talking about, but that also shows up through a bunch of different gospels as well, throughout the gospel as well.
Right.
It's
through different.
To note that only 2 of the 4 gospels that are in the Bible, as it stands now, even bother to tell the birth of Christ, and they have different purposes. And even throughout that, not just explaining the birth of Christ, but Christ's whole life story. Are you trying to tell to Jews? Or are you trying to tell to even Roman or Greek gentry?
And what they're trying to say about Jesus too, because you will notice that this is a totally different conversation, but lots of work out there about how each one is focusing on different things about Jesus and like what it is that they're trying to tell, about what's important to know about him and stuff like that. So I forgot to do this earlier. I wanted to make a note of what I highlighted in yellow, so that there are only 3 things that both of these stories share. Only 3. I would challenge someone to go read it and see if you can find more, because I only found 3. So in both of them, Mary and Joseph are engaged.
It is Mary and Joseph. Okay.
It is Mary and Joseph that they're engaged, and that she becomes pregnant during that time when she has not yet had sex. So let me
add something to that, which is, because people love to attack it. Everyone loves to attack other religions that are not part of them. People attack the Prophet Muhammad because they claim one of his wives was a child bride. I don't think that she actually was, but whatever, they claim that. And I want to explain the time frame of this. Mary, according to the earliest Christian accounts, we're going back 2nd, 3rd century, the church fathers, is about 11 or 12 years old right now, and Joseph is probably 60 to 80. So that's how the early church fathers remembered this, that this was a very old man with essentially a girl that had just achieved puberty. Then that wasn't considered strange in this world. So let's understand the context of that, because that might also explain their dynamic and how they interact with each other. He's a really old guy and a 12-year-old or 11-year-old girl.
It's interesting if you will look at medieval paintings of the nativity, they often show that they show like an old guy, and that's why. So there's that. Number 2, Jesus is born in Bethlehem. Number 3, the story ends in Nazareth. Those are the only 3 things that I could find. I guess the first thing I said was kind of multiple things together, but that Mary and Joseph are engaged and she's becomes pregnant as a virgin. I guess that's technically, we can count that as like 4 things, but those are the only things that are the same that I found. So I wanted to kind of look at these as 2 different narratives. First question is, who's the main character? In Matthew, it's very clear to me that the main character is Joseph. We're seeing everything from his perspective. It's overall a more male-centric story. In Luke, it seems very obvious to me that the main character is Mary. It's a more female-centric story. We've got Mary, we've got Elizabeth, and those are kind of who we're focusing on. In Matthew, as I already talked about, God always communicates with people via dreams. In Luke, he always communicates with them by the physical appearance of angels. And again, that's interesting because if you merge them together, you miss that. You miss that they're both doing something different. How do they fix the Bethlehem Nazareth problem, right? Like, because both of them are dealing with this issue. We've got this guy from Nazareth, but he was supposed to have been born in Bethlehem. In Matthew, he introduces the Herod's plot to kill the innocents, which sends the family from Bethlehem to Nazareth. In Luke, we have the census, which sends the family from Nazareth to Bethlehem and then back to Nazareth. and neither of them has the census or the plot to kill the innocents. They both have just that thing. Mm-hmm. The tone, the tone.
Again, let's clarify why that's important. Let's clarify why that's important.
Yes, go ahead.
Again, in the first century, and these ideas are, remember, the idea of Messiah was evolving a lot. It's based on interpretations over centuries that Jewish communities had during the temple, post-temple, and they change, right? At this time period, there's a lot of Jews were expecting two Messiahs. The Messiah, son of Joseph, Messiah, son of David. So there's a lot of ideas in this time frame. But the Messiah, son of David, was believed to be they interpreted certain prophecies from the Hebrew Bible, from the prophets, about that the Davidic kingdom would last forever. Well, it hasn't lasted forever because the Babylonians destroyed it, right, and essentially put in client leaders, right. And so if there are any descendants of David, they're all quietly hiding, if they're even around, right, because they're basically a threat to first the Babylonians, then the Persians, then the Greeks, and then the Romans, and they're like Aragorn, like the hidden king, right? So there's these guys are client leaders that are being installed by the imperial states that rule this area for the next 400 or 500 years, right? And so it's at this point, the idea of a kingdom going back to the great kingdom of David and Solomon is very important to a people that have not been independent for 500 years, right? And so this. And now you've got these gospels who are claiming that Jesus is that Messiah as understood in the time frame of the first century. Well, he's got to, and there is this idea. Well, if he's Messiah, well, David was from Bethlehem. That's where he was born. So the Messiah is going to come from Bethlehem. And the problem is that all of the textual accounts that we have refer to Jesus of Nazareth, right? Of Galilee. He's Jesus the Galilean. Throughout the Gospels, people ain't talking much about him being Jesus, the dude from Bethlehem. They ain't. They're talking him as Jesus the Galilean. His disciples are all Galilean, and that's to the north. That's essentially another country, right? It's another country, and and it's a country that had a lot of Gentiles. So a lot of Jews from the south thought that I don't know how religious these people are. I don't even know if they're really Jews. So suddenly, Jesus is, are you really Jewish? You're from Galilee, which is a very Gentile area, right? And so he's got to deal with that. And people saying, well, you're from Galilee. How could you be the Messiah as we are? The Messiah's got to come from Bethlehem. So stories have to deal with that. They have to make him from Bethlehem. Doesn't mean he's not from Bethlehem. But I'm saying the story has to address it. Because people were saying, dude from Galilee. So the story has to address it.
Yes. And then tone, of course, they have very different tones. Matthew is a lot darker. It's serious. We deal with issues like betrayal and murder. Mary's integrity is threatened, right? Like we talk about thinking that, she has, had sex at a young age, all these things. People's lives are at stake, innocents die. I mean, there's a lot of serious stuff that happens in Matthew's account. And Luke, it's like light and fluffy. I wrote it's like a happy feel-good story with nothing but sunshine and rainbows. So
can we stop for a second and look at the comparison of what I just set up, right? Look here at who is Matthew talking to. Matthew is talking to a group of persecuted minority Jews who are essentially becoming a new religion that other Jews aren't accepting as Jews anymore, right? So that's a dark situation to be in, right? So betrayal, murder, accusations of insinuations, like Mary, did you get pregnant outside of marriage? And is this a sinful thing? These people are being accused by their neighbors as being outside the community, as being sinful. So, and they're isolated, they're alone. The Roman Empire is crushing anybody that's calling themselves Jewish. So should we be calling ourselves Jewish when that could get us killed? This is a bad situation for the Matthew communities that most historians think are in Palestine and in what is now modern Lebanon. That's where they were. That's where they were living. And this is a bad situation for those people. Their local Jews don't like them, and the Romans are killing everybody that says they're Jewish, right? So, and now these dudes also claim to be Jewish with their own king. That's a big problem. So they're in a very bad situation. Luke is in a different situation because his people largely ain't in Palestine. They're mostly in Turkey. in Turkey. And, that's where a lot of this, because why Turkey? Because Byzantium was the center of the empire, right? Or at least, I'm sorry, Byzantium didn't exist at the time, but the political power was Greek-speaking people that would evolve into Byzantium, but Greek-speaking Romans. Turkey was the center of that power, right? Ephesus and all these places. That's where Paul spent a lot of his time in Turkey, not in Italy, right? And so these people are scattered. Luke's got all these people that don't care what's happening in the Holy Land, got nothing to do with them. They don't got soldiers breathing down their neck, and they're not Jewish, so nobody's hassling them for being Jewish at a time of rebellion, right? And so this is a message of hope. All of you come join this thing. This is a better religion than your materialistic worldview of your time. Let's give you happy, positive energy. Different communities dealing with a different situation.
That leads so perfectly into the next thing I have in here, which is the theme, at least as I took it out. I'd be curious to see if you think this is accurate. But to me, I was seeing the theme in Matthew's account to be like, when things are difficult and confusing, trust in God. It felt like a story providing encouragement and hope in the darkness. The theme of Luke is like, God is good, have faith and believe, for miracles do happen. And it's like all hope and without darkness. That fits exactly like what you were describing, like what these two communities need.
Yeah. Makes sense. So see, it's perfect. I mean, again, none of this is denying the truth of any of this or the sincerity of the people who wrote this. What it is they're writing for their audience, and they're focusing on stories that are the audience. Luke's audience doesn't want to hear a depressing story. They ain't depressed. They got no reason to be depressed. And Matthew's audience ain't here for a happy-go-lucky story when their lives are at stake.
Yeah, and there's also some scholars think that these two writers probably weren't on this story. Were not aware of each other's writing because they have so little in common. Like there are some stories like in all the Gospels where it's clear that people were referencing each other or they were referencing another source because like things are so similar to the point where it's like the same words are being used. And here it's quite possible that these two writers, like they were hearing different stories and they just wrote down what they heard. And then, of course, we're writing it in a way to accomplish whatever their goals were. But yeah, and then the last thing I put here was talking about the roles of the characters in both of these stories. So in Matthew, we're drawing a similarity between the trust and obedience of both Joseph and the Magi. So these are both these male heroes that positively embody that theme of trusting God when things are difficult, and just obey what He says. There are clear good guys and there's a villain. Joseph, the main character, he seems to fulfill this sort of archetypal good father and husband. He's leading his family through difficult times and danger. And so, he's that leader kind of a role. There's a lot of responsibility on him. Meanwhile, over at Luke, we're contrasting, like I was talking about earlier, the faith of Mary with the doubt of Zechariah. And so both of those characters, they have questions about that coming miracle, but they ask it in kind of a different spirit. And I think we're supposed to note the difference between how they ask those questions. Because the story, I don't think is trying to say you should never question God, but it's like you should still, have faith, I guess.
Okay, so let's look at this. Let's look at this, Brianna, what you just said. It's really wonderful. So why does Matthew need a villain, right? Because we've got Herod, right? You got Herod. Right. Well, because these people his community is facing imperial onslaught and pressure from Jewish political authorities of the time, or religious authorities. Political authority have been shattered by this time, right? So Jewish religious authorities who are defining them as not Jewish anymore, right? So authority is a problem for these people, right? Being killed by people in authority is a problem for these people. And so this story, when they're seeing themselves being persecuted by their fellow Jews and by the Romans, a story of Herod killing all these people and them having to flee. I'm sure a lot of these people had to flee. We actually know that the follower, and we're going to get to him, he's an interesting character, James, the brother of Jesus, the Jewish Christians that were mentioned that were essentially Jews that believed Jesus was the promised king, but they were theologically essentially Jews, the same idea. The Christian ideas weren't part of their community. And so they were led by James, and we know they fled when the temple, James was killed by the high priest. James was killed by the high priest, right? And he was actually a well-respected figure in the Jewish community of non-Christian Jews. So when he was killed, that was the breaking point, because the guy that was the bridge that made the Jews go, this guy's a religious Jew, so these Nazarenes can't be heretics, right? We may not agree with their teacher being the Messiah, but they're not heretics. He's killed by the high priest, right? Jewish political authority, like Herod. Herod is actually Jewish, right? He may not be a good Jew, but that's what he is, right? And neither is arguably the high priest is not a good Jew either, but he's just a political appointee like Herod was. And so, or at least Herod was at least a client. And so and then they fled to what is now modern Jordan, to Pella. We know because there's all this archaeological work being done about the Jewish Christian community that settled in Pella for centuries, and they had to flee. So this idea of Mary and Joseph, all this stuff having to flee, direct problem for the Matthew Gospel Matthew readers. Now we look at the role of the characters here that you've put out here, Brianna, brilliantly. It's wonderful you've done these charts. So what is the issue here? So the way the Zechariah story, which is also mentioned very significantly in the Quran, and it's different. We'll get to it. But the way that it's presented here, now, these people aren't getting it. They're resisting it. And as a result, God takes away the voice and all of these things and whatever. And so, it's almost like they're being punished for not getting it. Like, these are people that should get it. Zechariah is a priest, God speaking to him, sending him angels, Elizabeth.
How much more obvious does it get than a literal angel, right?
Elizabeth isn't getting it. She's getting a miracle. She's not getting it. And Mary's getting it. So what does that tell us? The audience of Luke are non-Jewish people who are and by the way, Judaism exists, especially in Turkey and these areas where Luke is popular, right? And there's synagogues there. And these are people already saying this. What are you following this Jesus thing? That's not Judaism. That isn't real, right? They're already hearing that by 70, 80, 90 AD. They're hearing it from their neighbors. And so the response is, well, these guys don't get it. So, the people in the synagogue because people are like, why? Well, the Jews are telling you this isn't Jewish. So why are you believing it? Well, they didn't get it. They didn't get the message. They didn't get the message because, their hearts weren't fully open or they didn't have full faith. So suddenly Zechariah and Elizabeth serve that purpose of symbolizing that. And so you're like, well, these guys just didn't get it, but we got it. So I'm sorry you didn't get it. Mary got it and we're following her. So do you see the difference in why they have to be this way for the audience problem?
Yes. That is so cool to know. And also that Luke doesn't have any villain. Like there's no bad guy. It's just, but there is the cautionary character Zechariah, but he's only like lightly cautionary, like he's overall a righteous man, but he makes a minor mistake by doubting a miracle. And he's kind of lightly chastised, right? Like his voice is taken away and then he gets it back. So the story,
his voice is taken away, which actually occurs in the Quran as well, but has a different meaning, completely different meaning, right? But his voice is taken away. So let's understand how I'm a reader hearing that. So at this time, I'm in an Ephesus or somewhere in Turkey, and I've got Jewish people who are politically disempowered because the Romans are coming after them, right? But they're still citizens of the state, and they're there, right? They don't have a voice in the politics of the Roman Empire right now because they're seen as rebels. They're essentially silenced. And so now, since they're not able to really promote their religion much or anything, suddenly you've got Christians now are the ones that can speak.
Interesting.
So great stuff.
So that's what I have on that. And I think I don't know if you want to go to comments or if we want to go to talk about the Quran version.
Heath, you're a moderator. What do you want to talk about? I mean, I think we've talked a little bit about the religion. We can talk. I can give perspectives on what first, second century, third century Christianity was, right? And how because again, the texts that we have are still texts that are not finalized until I mean, again, some Christians will take offense to that, but I think many Christian scholars agree that the texts we have are still not finalized in the form that we have them today in the first century. There's still some editing going on in the second and the third centuries, even especially in Matthew, right? There's stuff being added and there's stuff being put into Matthew that most Christian scholars like now that probably Matthew didn't exist in the second or first century Matthew text. There's no reference to it until it shows up in the fourth century. So I can talk about that to help us understand how the story is evolving. And then we can talk to Islam, which is, 6 centuries later.
When I was going through this, one of the things that I wrote down, and I wrote down several of the things that have been discussed, but one of the things that I thought was really important that I don't see talked about a lot is the importance of the dream, because you have dreams in Matthew and you don't have them in Luke. You have the angels showing up physically, in Luke for interaction. You have dream communication in Matthew quite a bit. And that does seem to validate, if you're somebody who is interested in dream interpretation or receiving information through dreams. Well, now there's also that option in the Old Testament as well. But here in the New Testament, we have a situation with the birth of Christ, according to Matthew, where you have dreams that communicate heavenly knowledge to you. But it's also done in a very passive way. I was noting that when Matthew, when the characters of Matthew receive heavenly information, you could write it so that you could talk back in your dream, but mainly in this dream, and especially as it presented in Matthew, you're receiving information in a dream, and you're not talking back. In Luke, when Gabriel is talking to, and it is Gabriel, which one that actually names the angel? Yeah, Gabriel is identified by name in Luke, which is not the case in Matthew. But when Gabriel comes to Mary in the Gospel of Luke, it's an exchange in a way that it's not in Matthew when you are receiving heavenly information.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's also, and Luke is also the one, like I said, where there's some questioning, but we're seeing which type of questioning is right. So there's like more of an engagement with God, where the other one is more of a just trusting and listening. I wonder what.
Well, I mean, again, look at the audiences, right? Because again, first century Judaism is still trying to figure out what it is, because the temple's just been destroyed. Judaism, all these different sects. They were the Sadducees who ran the temple, right? Who had different beliefs. A lot of them didn't believe that there would be a resurrection of the dead or an afterlife or anything like that. They thought that was just made up stuff that entered into Judaism. It was an idea in Judaism. The idea of heaven, hell, resurrection was an idea in Judaism by the first century. But it was held by this group called the Pharisees, who would become the modern rabbis, right? They would become the rabbis. And a lot of the irony of it is, modern day, a lot of my friends here in LA are Jewish, and they're all sort of Reformed Jews. They're like, I don't believe in an afterlife. I was like, and that's literally going back to the Sadducees, right?
Going back to the original.
Yeah, well, they're going back to a sect, right? And because for 2,000 years, Jews did believe in an afterlife, and the Pharisees, the rabbis, have massive. They believed in reincarnation, lots of heaven and hell. The stories are incredible, right? There's a book called "Does the Soul Survive?" written by a rabbi, if you want to get it on Amazon, about the 2,000 years of history of Jewish belief about an afterlife. Excuse me. So, but the Pharisees didn't believe that, but they ran the temple. And so when that was destroyed, that sect essentially vanished for a while, right? And then the Pharisees, the Essenes were also there. Many people think the Nazarenes were related to the Essenes. I think that's probably true. I think that is true. But they were wiped out. So everyone just got wiped out in this war, right? The only people who didn't get wiped out were the Pharisees, who were essentially preserved oral traditions, right? And that's how you could have the whole country be destroyed, the city be destroyed, all the books burned, but you still had oral traditions that you related to, and that's how you survive a tradition, right? You keep being able. There's no books because you're running, and the library's been burned by the Romans. You still got the oral traditions. So of course, the Pharisees are going to survive, and so that's what they become. They become the rabbis, right? And so you've got here the situation of the people that are listening to Matthew are people that are still arguing with what are becoming the rabbis. They're still arguing and trying to engage them, right? And so what's important on the dreams, Heath, that you wrote, I wrote my senior thesis on this in college, is the story of Joseph in the Old Testament in the Bible, right? It's all about dreams. Joseph, and the story is actually the only story in the Quran that's told in a linear form, and it's similar and very different, just like the Nativity story is. But both of them have this central story of Joseph, the patriarch, the prophet, who sees his future in dreams and is communicated by God through dreams, and that's very central. And so here you've got this community that's trying to engage the proto-rabbis, and so they're trying to say, we're Jews just like you. Look, this is this kind of stuff that happened to Joseph. It's right out of the Bible. It's right out of the Hebrew Bible, right? Whereas Luke's people aren't debating these guys. They don't care about them, right? They're not part of their religious community. They're not Jews, so they don't feel the need. But what they do have is they're in a Gentile world, excuse me, where the ideas, the images of the Gentile world, which are Zeus and Athena and Aphrodite, you have manifested deities on earth, right? And so that's how the culture understood gods and supernatural. It talked in terms of supernatural beings. So of course, the use of angels as a supernatural being becomes more relevant when you're living in a culture where everyone talks about supernatural beings.
That was the epiphany I was looking for. You just gave it to me. I was like, why is one just dreams and why is one the angels? Okay, cool.
Because they're addressing a different community. Pardon me?
Well, the angels speak in the dreams, right?
But the difference is these are, the Greeks really did believe that Zeus was a real person and that he had a physical body and lived on this earth, and Hercules.
And they'll come to you.
Yeah, and that they can appear to you physically, right? And so, yeah, and we know that there were visions and dreams. We got the the Oracle of Delphi, right? We got all that, right? But the general mythology was magical people lived in the world around you. So it's not strange that magical people are talking to Joseph and Mary.
It's more dramatic, though, I found, to have the angels show up physically.
Correct.
There's more
Correct.
drama, and if you're trying to tell a story today, to have that person physically
if you were,
interact.
if you happen to be in that position, not like Heath would know anything about that.
I found that. We can talk. Let's see.
Sure, it's more earth shattering. It's more earth shattering because you literally have the laws of physics being violated in the story, right? And so to have a being that's not even there but appears to be there, right? Laws of physics are being violated. It fits it.
James, I see your question, but I think let's hold that until after we get to a little bit later. So I'm going to hold that. The dreams is one of the things that I wanted to bring up, but we've covered that. But do you want to talk more about that, or do you want to go on to another representation, which we read this morning on the Morning Grind? We read all the articles that you sent, so we have people who are familiar with this.
Okay, great.
The Christmas story from the Islamic perspective.
Okay. So why don't we bridge it? Because let's keep a conversation right now, because it is a bridging. We don't just jump from 1st century to the 7th century. There's a bridge, right? There's a bridge of time. And so what we know is now, so these stories that Brianna has really got us over, they are now popular at the end of the 1st century, right? So about 70 years, 40 to 70 years after Jesus, these are popular ideas, right? And so now we'll talk a little bit because I want to link us now to Islam. So we know what Christianity would become. It would eventually become, the various, it would become the Council of Nicaea, Council of Chalcedon, all these different councils, and that would eventually lead to the creation of the church. Some different groups split off from that. The Egyptians said, "Nah, we don't agree with this council," and they left, and they got their Coptic thing going. Eventually, the Eastern Orthodox and Latins broke their thing, but that's the evolution that most of them would accept, right? And that became Christianity. But now we're going to talk about Islam. So there's another track that's happening in the Middle East at the same time. So Islam doesn't come out of nowhere. It doesn't come out of nowhere, right? Even if I'm a believer, it has to, just in the same way that the audience has to be ready for it. Like Luke is writing for an audience, Matthew's writing for an audience. The audience that the Quran is addressing has been debating certain ideas for hundreds of years without a resolution, and the Quran comes and gives a resolution that works for a lot of people, and a new religion goes off. Okay, so let's talk about what that period is. So now we've got a period of Christianity, is just a group of these different groups with a variety of beliefs. I mean, a Christian scholar once said that the diversity of Christian thought in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd centuries before Nicaea is flabbergasting. You got everything. You got people that believe that there is one God and Jesus is a human prophet. You got people believe that there are 3 gods and monotheism isn't real. You got people that say the Hebrew Bible is from an evil God. It's not in Marcion.
That's one of my favorite ones.
So that's not the real God. That's the fake
Creator
God.
God is an evil God. Yeah.
And that's a popular, Marcion was a popular Christian preacher at the end of the 1st century who's saying, "Oh, there's no Old Testament. This is an evil, judgmental, horrible God. We don't need this. We just need Christ. Christ came to get rid of this." So you got all this going on, right? You got people that are saying, and here's something that's going to say it's kind of controversial, but it is in the earliest sources. By the end of the 1st century, you've got the standard narrative of the crucifixion and the resurrection. And most Christians, in fact, most non-Christian scholars would say, yeah, by that's the one defining thing everybody can agree on, that Jesus died and on the cross, and that his followers later claimed to see him alive. Okay. But we already know from some of early Christian writings at the end of the 1st century that already by then they were condemning as heretics, because they're all condemning each other as heretics. Like they're all everybody's a heretic. Right? So they were condemning as heretics people that are saying Jesus didn't die on the cross. And we know and so already that idea is already the 1st century is being spread. Some people saying, this crucifixion story is made up. And we know that because Paul addresses it in the 3rd chapter of Galatians, where he's angry that he's writing to this town Galatia, which is been very perturbed by other groups showing up and saying Paul's religion ain't what Jesus taught. The entire Galatians is a polemic to defend himself for the entire letter, right?
A lot of what he writes is him defending himself against other sects of
Christianity. Because he's being attacked by all these groups that are saying you're a heretic. And so these Jewish Christian groups, now it's going to link to Islam, So these Jewish Christian groups were essentially Jews. So let's understand what they believed. They called themselves Nazarenes. We know they call themselves Ebionites, which is based on the Hebrew word Ebionim, which means the poor, because Jesus, blessed are the poor; they will inherit the kingdom. That was he was calling himself, my followers of the poor. Give all your wealth away to join me. We know that, right? I don't think that it was essentially very communist sort of. So social thing. Everyone has to give their wealth away. That we know that from the Acts of Apostles. So join it. You have to give your wealth away as Jesus had said. You got to be amongst the poor. You can't own anything. That actually they followed that for a couple of generations. They tried to, and so you got these guys. And what we know about their ideology is this: they believed that. They saw themselves as Jews. So they said there's one God, and Jesus is the Messiah sent by God. He is God's messenger. He's God's prophet. But they did not understand Jesus to be a divine being, because that wasn't really a popular idea in first century Judaism. In fact, most Jews would have called it blasphemy. Not all Jews, but most Jews would have called it blasphemy, the idea that God would become a man, right? And so there were these Jewish Christians in the first century saying Jesus wasn't a god. He never claimed to be a god. He was the servant of God. And the term son of God was a very popular term that was being used by Greeks and Jews and everyone else, and it had many meanings. And a lot of Jews use that term. It's used throughout the Old Testament to refer to Israel or to holy people. It refers to the king of Israel. It didn't imply divinity to most Jews in the first century. Calling somebody son of God just meant you're really holy. That didn't.
Yeah, that word kind of had a semantic drift within Christianity. Would you say?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And it's a semantic drift, because the idea that Jesus is God the Son is not codified until the Council of Nicaea. They're still arguing about it in the 300 years later. Is Jesus God himself, and in some metaphysical way he's all unified with God and God the Son, or is the Son of God just a title? And Arius, and that the Bishop Arius was arguing that no, Christ is a creation of God. So when we use the Son of God, he's not equal to God. So the first century Jewish Christians believed that. And so they were being called heretics by the followers of Paul. Paul shows up. And again, Paul, we know this, he did not know the Jesus. And he's very proud of that. He's like, I don't need to know that guy, right? He says it in his letters. Paul's central thing is Jesus came to me in a vision on the road to Damascus and revealed the gospel to me. So Paul is essentially a prophet. He's a prophet who's had a direct revelation of Christ with all these ideas, which includes Christ is a divine being. He dies for your sins, right? These are ideas that work really well in Gentile cultures who already have ideas like that, Mithraism or whatever. These weren't weird ideas to people, right? It was weird ideas for Jews. So Paul gets into trouble with Jews, right? And he gets in trouble with these other people who are followers of Jesus that claim to be, that they say they're Jews. Like they claim, well, Jesus never meant any of this. He didn't teach us any of this stuff. We know they said that because Paul says that in Galatians. He's like, don't listen to these other people with their other gospel. And he names who are these other people. He names them.
Yeah, there's that one time, one of my favorite Paul quotes. I don't remember by word for word, but he's talking about Peter, who would have known Jesus, and he's like, I told him to his face, he's clearly in the wrong. I'm just like, I bet he was an interesting character. You can tell from his words just how very opinionated.
Well, Peter was a hothead. Every gospel says Peter's a hothead. The Gnostic gospels, everyone says it. He was always arguing. It's there, right? We can tell his personality. But he names you're referring to Galatians, which is the letter which reveals Paul's difference from other people calling themselves Christians in that time period, in the 40s and 50s, right? So he says the three people that he says, ignore these so-called pillars of the church. And he names them, just ignore them. He says, James, Peter, and John. Don't listen to them, listen to me. So he's obviously in conflict with people that other Christians say, well, they must have been all buddies. It's clear from Galatians, at least at that time when he's writing the letter, they ain't buddies. They're arguing, they're having public arguments in Antioch. Essentially, Paul and he have a shouting match in Antioch, right? Over Jesus's teachings, whether you should eat with Gentiles or not. Barnabas, who was the one that essentially introduced Paul to the disciples who were like, who's this guy? Wasn't he persecuting us like a year ago? Right? They didn't trust him. And then Barnabas is his like best advocate. He's a follower of Jesus. And then Barnabas abandons him and says, no, I think this isn't what Jesus taught. And he's gone. So this is a conflict, right? So the people that knew the Jesus rabbi were like, I don't remember Jesus saying any of this stuff. That you died for our sin. I don't remember any of this. What are you talking about? And he's like, yeah, because you're one of these clueless people who didn't understand Jesus when he was alive, and he had to come to me and give me a personal revelation. So that becomes Christianity, which is essentially Paul's personal revelation of Christ, right? So I'm not saying that's not true. Maybe the other disciples didn't get him, They didn't get him. They didn't get him in his lifetime. And then that's why God chooses Paul to clarify somebody who's outside the group to make them see, which is kind of how Luke thinks. So, all right. So now we've got two strands of Christianity. We've got Jewish Christianity, which thinks that there's one God. Jesus is a messenger and servant of that God and the Messiah, but he's not God. And then you've got the Pauline Christianity, which is that he's a divine being who dies for your sins, right? Okay. And so you got these two different strands. Paul's ideas work really well. They spread. Gentiles love it. It fits in their own worldview, no problem. Jews are like, what the hell is this stuff? And now the problem becomes, because Paul's ideas are becoming very, very popular, that suddenly the Jewish Christians are faced with having to distance themselves from him, because the rabbis are like, you believe your rabbi, your Messiah was a god? Well, that's heresy. So now Gospel of Matthew is being written to desperately protect themselves, right? Because they're being associated by association. They're just being guilt by association that they shared Paul's theology, which Luke clearly does, but it's not clear that Matthew in the earliest text does, right? So now that goes on for a few centuries. And this one God versus the Trinitarian God versus Jesus is a servant versus Jesus is God himself continues. One of the earliest documents we have that Christian scholars don't deny is called the Didache, which is I personally think it's the earliest Christian document. I personally think it goes back to the 40s before Paul. That's what I think. But it's a manual that's in Greek that's written for this Jewish Christian community, and tells how you should live. And it's essentially a rabbi would read it and go, it sounds like Judaism, right? Even all the rituals are Jewish, right? And so, and they don't have any knowledge of the Trinity. There's no knowledge of the vicarious atonement. Those ideas are not present in this community. They don't seem to be even aware of them, right? So, and then they call Jesus throughout that, they call him a God's servant, right? Thank you, God, for sending us your servant. They don't even use the word son, right? The only time in that document they use the word the Son of God is they say a false prophet who will claim to be the Son of God will come one day in the Antichrist. The earliest Antichrist reference goes back to that, right? And so and he calls himself the Son of God, and they don't call Jesus that. So the first century, you've got Jesus, the Son of God, and Jesus, the prophet. The Jesus, the Son of God, which becomes Jesus, God, the Son, becomes the dominant strand of Christianity over the next several centuries through a historical process. But this Jesus, the human who is not equal to God, remains this annoying, loud minority in the Middle East and throughout the Christian world for centuries. We know this because Arius, the one I said, who had the idea that Christ was created by God, was not equal to him. He lost the Council of Nicaea. But what happens is Constantine, who basically endorsed what would become the official Trinitarian narrative out of the thing, Constantine later, he gets baptized by an Arian. He switches. People don't realize it's historical. He then switched. Constantine became an Arian. He got baptized by an Arian, and then for the next 50 to 100 years, Arianism, which is Jesus is the servant of God, becomes the dominant frame of Christianity in the Roman Empire after Constantine for about 100 years.
Oh, I did not know that.
Periods of becoming the minority, right? And then over time, they become the majority again. The places they don't become the majority are Spain. Spain remains Arian, right? Visigoths remained Arian, and Germany remained Arian. And this is into the 6th century now. Now we're approaching Islam, right? And in the Middle East, we know from the church fathers that the Nazarenes continued, the Ebionites continued. And what was distinct about them, we know this from the church fathers, is they had a copy of the gospel in Hebrew that they claimed was the original proto-gospel of Matthew before the Greek versions they said had changed things. Okay, so these guys are around. They continue to exist, and they have the gospel in Hebrew. So what now? Now we're going to bridge into Islam. So this conflict between Christians about Christ's nature goes on for 600 years and is still unresolved into the rise of Islam. So suddenly, what we know from Islamic sources, then we'll bridge this into what does the Quran actually say about that, because the nativity is huge in the Quran. How does it? So one of the interesting things that creates the bridge now is we know from the earliest Islamic biography of the Prophet Muhammad, Ibn Ishaq, which is then translated by Ibn Hisham. We had that's the earliest text we have about 100 years after him. So like the Gospel of John is about 100 years after Jesus, right? But what it says is that it has two stories that instantly my alarm went up. Two stories. One, the earliest biography of the Prophet Muhammad says that as a child, when he goes from Arabia on a caravan to Syria, he meets a monk who recognizes that he's going to be a prophet. Those kind of things like, oh, there's something special about you, kid, right? Okay, that's the story. But what's interesting, the story it says that monk, Bahira, is reading the Gospels in Hebrew. We have that in the Islamic source. So he's an Indian. He's a Jesus is the servant of God Christian, right? And he's reading it in Hebrew. And he says, that's what the Hebrew version that Matthew wrote said. That's the story. The next time the prophet is recognized, he's actually says, a boy, he's just a guy. He's just a child. He just doesn't know he has a special destiny. And then in the Islamic story, the great moment of the revelation where Gabriel comes to him and reveals the Quran to him. And he is, and he's overwhelmed and he doesn't know what's happening to him. And he's scared of this. He doesn't know if it's real. And so he goes to his wife who believes him. His wife says, you're a good man. God will never mislead you. And then his wife takes him to her cousin, who is a Christian. This is the Islamic account. The cousin is a Christian named Waraka. So Waraka is a Christian in Mecca. And the Prophet Muhammad is brought before him, and he's like, this is what's happening to me. I'm seeing this vision of this being. He's calling himself Gabriel. Is this real? Is this not real? What's happening to me? And Waraka says, he literally says, this is the same nomos, which is the Greek word for spirit, the same nomos that came to Moses. Interesting. He makes a reference to Moses. And then the Islamic account says Waraka was reading the Gospels in Hebrew. So he is one of that sect of Christians that still believe Jesus was a human prophet and was reading the Gospels in Hebrew. So the Prophet Muhammad is coming into contact with Christians who are of the opinion that there's one God, and God is not one being, in the Trinity form, right? It's actually one entity, and Jesus is not equal to that entity. He's a creation of that entity. So the first Christians he's coming into contact with have Jewish Christian ideas. And the last thing I'm going to say, which will allow us to bridge into the Quran, what we do know from Christian sources is the early Jewish Christians, there are two groups that by the second century, there's one that still calls themselves the Nazarenes, and there's one that calls themselves the Ebionites. So the Ebionites have a copy of the Gospel of Matthew in which there is no nativity story. There's no nativity story. It starts like Mark does and John do with, John the Baptist. It starts there. It doesn't start with Jesus and the nativity, right? It's not there. And the Ebionites said they don't know I don't know what this, miracle birth thing is, but Jesus was a completely human prophet like Moses or Elijah or anybody else. He had a normal father and mother. And so they don't have a nativity story, right? It's not there. However, the other Jewish Christian group, which still calls itself Nazarenes, do have a gospel with a nativity story that's probably similar to the Matthew story, right? Okay. So by the second century, the Jewish Christians are divided as to whether the nativity is correct or not. Whether the nativity, and they're worried, the Ebionites are worried that the nativity story makes Jesus like a divine being, and they don't want him to be. He's a human prophet. Where the Nazarenes say, no, that doesn't imply that. It doesn't. It's just a miracle. Like Isaac was born miraculously when his mother was like 90 years old. It's just a miracle. It doesn't imply that he's God. Right.
Putting a bookmark on that. We'll come back to some notes I have on those kinds of stories. My opinion.
So that's where we are. So that's where we are. So Islam is born at a time when Trinitarian Christianity is now resurgent, whereas other Unitarian Christianity is fighting back and losing. And it's now in areas like Spain and Germany on the outskirts of the empire. But Central Empire is now, or at least the Latin Roman Empire is Trinitarian. But Syria is still, which is Middle East, it still has these large pockets of Unitarian Christians who don't believe this theology, and they feel like they are being eclipsed by heretical theology. And so suddenly Islam arises that provides them an avenue to still have their theology, right? Which is a shocking historical development. So that's where we are historically. I'm going to stop and let you guys talk.
The chat has been absolutely silent. Like the chat has been silent listeing to Cameron speak.
We've all been wrapped. That's one of my favorite topics is like I've listened to a bunch of audiobooks on this. So I'm just like, just the early history of Christianity is so fascinating to me.
What bookmark were you trying to deal with, Brianna? What did you want to go back to? What was that?
Oh, we'll go back to that later. But after we talk about the Islamic version and whatnot, one of the things that I want to get into is the archetypal meaning in these kinds of miraculous birth stories. And I guess the note I'll just make is just that is that you're saying these early these communities were arguing whether or not having a miraculous birth made him divine. I would say with a 21st century collection of all sorts of world myths and world stories? The answer is no. There are all sorts of stories about miraculous births, and
Yes, there are.
Some of them are about gods, many of them are not. Many of them are just about general heroes. So anyone that's kind of like a heroic character who has a some sort of a destiny, it's very common to have stories about them having miraculous births. It's so
these Augustine, all those guys. I mean, the Caesars were all, you go back to historical Romans had all these stories about their great founders and leaders.
Yeah, even historical figures. Historical figures have those. But yeah, just like, throughout the
Plato had a miraculous birth. I mean, it's not uncommon. And none of this is to say that the miraculous birth of Jesus didn't happen and that it did not say he was
it's a different conversation. That's not one we're having.
I'm saying that there was a broad range of opinion on that topic. And then Christianity adopts one opinion, and then Islam arises that essentially takes the second opinion and then gives it life in a competing religion, right? So, all right, so that's where we are. So why don't we take a moment now to go into the actual Quranic story? So let me just give a reference of what the Quran is and how it's different from the Hebrew Bible and the Gospels. So the Quran the word Quran means recitation. So it was recited, right? It was memorized and recited, like as an oral tradition. It is codified. The Prophet Muhammad doesn't put it in a book in his lifetime. It is codified about 6 years after, or actually about 10 years or so after the Prophet died, by his immediate followers, who suddenly found they were running an empire, and they were concerned that they'd gone within 10 years from being, the small religious group in Arabia controlling North Africa, the Middle East, going into Turkey, going to India within like 10 years. I mean, this is incomprehensible growth in that time period, right? And so suddenly they're like, can the Quran be preserved? Because one of the Islamic claims is, well, why do you even need a new prophet? Why do you need one? You got Jesus, you got Moses. What do you need one for? And the Quran and the Quran's claim is that, well, they didn't preserve the book properly, and that's why God sent a new prophet who's going to preserve it. Well, then the Quran has to be preserved, because if you're going to make that claim, you got to preserve your text. But the problem is,
would kind of defeat the purpose if you didn't.
Exactly. And and your text is now oral, right? And so that became an immediate concern for the Muslims after the Prophet died. And so within about 10 years, they essentially codified it. Remember, this is a time when members, and so brought together a committee, memorized it, there's a whole story around it. But in general, the general consensus of non-Muslims who don't believe the Quran is divine, it's just a book, is that the historical process led to the Quran being accurately preserved, which is unusual in the sense of just lexicon, right? And the earliest copy of the Quran that exists is, or at least pages of the Quran, is from the Prophet's lifetime. It exists in the Birmingham University in London, where there is a text that was carbon dated to, it's based on lamb's wool, right? It was written on lamb's wool, and they could carbon date the lamb's wool, and it comes to literally within, 600 AD to 650 AD. So it may very well have been those texts. And it's literally exactly, I could read it. I can read it today. It's the same exact text. So there's no difference about that, whether it's divinely revealed or not, irrelevant. They were able to preserve for important theological and political purpose. They had to preserve the text. So they did. So we've got that. Now the Quran is also not linear. This is the very important thing when people pick it up. They're like, the Bible is a linear book, whether it's the New Testament or the Old Testament. It starts off with Bible, Genesis, Exodus, and goes through from the creation to, the Jewish kingdoms. And then the New Testament is the story of Jesus, and then the Acts of the Apostles, what happens after Jesus. It's a linear story, right? Beginning, middle to end, right? In time. That's not the Quran. The entire Quran is nonlinear. Because the Muslims see the Quran as actually the mind of God. They don't see it. The Muslims do not believe that Muhammad wrote the Quran. It never even occurs to us. I mean, all Christians believe that inspired holy people wrote the Bible, right? And maybe it even had an angel whispering on their shoulder, but they were human beings that sat down with a pen and paper, and they wrote inspired holy text that God approved of. Okay, no problem. The Quran is not that. The Quran is actually, literally, it's like Muhammad sitting there, Gabriel appears and says, God says A, B, C, D, E. And then Muhammad says, God says A, B, C, D, E. A, B, C, D, E becomes the Quran, right? And so Muslims believe Muhammad just as a telephone through which the voice of God comes out, and so that's the difference in how the text is seen. And because God's mind is not linear, because God is outside of time and space. The Quran is not linear. So and you open any chapter of the Quran, it will start, except for one, it will start with, here's a story about Moses. Then it's going to jump to the Day of Judgment. Then it's going to go back to Adam. Then it's going to talk about something that's happening in the prophet's life. Then it's going to talk about the Virgin Mary. It's all over the place on purpose. The idea is God's not thinking like you, and you have to make the connections. And so what's interesting is, so how do we reconstruct the story of the Nativity in the Quran? Because it's not in one place. In the Gospels, it's the beginning of Matthew and Luke, right? That's not where it is. The Quran has excerpts, like 5 verses, 10 verses, 12 verses in different chapters. And you got to recreate it, right? Because you got to put it all together, right? Because it's scattered throughout, right? The story of Jesus may come after a long monologue about Abraham, right? And then you've got a bit of that takes place in the later part of Jesus' life. Then some other chapter, you've got a long discussion about the Day of Judgment, and suddenly you're talking about the virgin birth. So you got to reconstruct it. So I'm going to attempt to reconstruct the elements of the story in a linear fashion from putting together all the different bits of the Quran, right? And I think we have some links. If not, I'll put them in the chat for people who want to actually read some good articles about the story as it is.
The links you sent to me, I'll put them in the chat right now.
Yeah. So let's start with, actually, we're going to start before Mary. So the Quran has a story, going back to what you said about being dedicated. A son has to be dedicated to God in the temple, right? So the Quran has a story about how Mary's mother prays to God for a child, a holy child, that she's going to dedicate to him, to God, right? And the child is born, and she had assumed it was going to be a boy, but it's a girl. And so she's startled. And she said, what am I supposed to do? And God said, well, I've accepted the dedication. So she's going to be special, right? She's different. So this is important. From the very birth, Mary is different in Islam, right?
This just made me understand your short film a little bit better. The one that you made.
Yeah, exactly. You know why it's important to me, right? So, but okay. So Mary is different. Now, the Quran, Mary is very important in the Quran. The Quran states that she is unlike any other woman in the world. She is the highest of all women. She's of the entire universe, of all the worlds. So the Quran gives her that status, right? There's actually one of the chapters of the Quran is named after her, in which a lot of the story is present, along with other stories, right? And so Mary is exalted. She's the only woman mentioned by name in the Quran, by name. There's 4 holy women mentioned in the Quran. Mary is one of them. The other 3 are not mentioned by name. It's actually Pharaoh's wife is actually seen as a believer who protected Moses against Pharaoh. She doesn't have a name in the Quran, but she's seen as one of the holy women, right? And so, but Mary is named. Mary's named. And so Mary's born already at the pinnacle. And this is not in the Quran, but in early Islamic tradition, Mary was said to be born perfectly pure. There's a prophetic story, an oral tradition, where the prophet is supposed to have said that every baby is born crying because at the moment of birth, Satan comes and touches it. So it's not exactly original sin, but the idea is once you enter the world, you're immediately confronted with evil, and Satan is trying to get to you. So every baby cries. Mary didn't cry when she's born. And she was born
with
the
Immaculate Conception is part of this.
Yes, the Immaculate Conception is part of Islam. Yeah. So because she
has a miraculous birth as well. That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, she's a chosen person, and she's not like other people. So she's not born with that little dot. And the story is actually important because in that early, remember I told the early history we have of the Prophet Muhammad? So there's a story about how as a child, he is living with his foster brother out in the desert. And one day they come back late at night, and the foster mother who's taking care of him, because his own family and his father died, his mother died, he was an orphan for most of his life, right? And so his foster mother's taking care of him, and she sees that her son is terrified, and Muhammad, the little child, is like shaking and all white, like all the blood has left his face. And she asks what happened, and her son tells her, we were out playing, and these 2 men in white, physical beings, angels, 2 men in white came, and they suddenly grabbed, toddler Muhammad, child Muhammad. They grabbed him and they threw him on the ground, and they cut open his chest and took his heart out in front of me. And they went in with a tub of snow, and they cleaned the heart to take out that little dot from Satan, right? It was born with it, because everyone's born with a dot, little touch of Satan. And it's cleaned out, and his heart is put back in. Right, and then he's released, and the child is in shock, and the boy who saw it is in shock, and the foster mother's like, well, what is this crazy story, right? So that's in one of the earliest Islamic stories. So again, Mary doesn't have the dot, so she's born perfectly pure, Immaculate Conception. So that's the beginning of the Quranic account linearly, right? Then what happens is, then she is dedicated to the temple, but women, and you can research, women really aren't dedicated to the temple at this time, right? So she is basically given an exception as being like a holy woman that's allowed to be in the temple in the areas where the men are not, right? Because she's seen by other people as something special. And then the men start arguing about, like, this woman is special. I want to be her guardian, And so they're all, and a lot of them don't have her best interest in heart, right? They want to have the special child for themselves for possibly nefarious reasons. And so then what God says to them, and throw basically, and this is a tradition that exists in first century Judaism. We know it, that they would make decisions essentially by I-Ching lots, that they would throw lots, divination. So they do a divination, and the divination comes up, and essentially Zechariah is given charge of the child. So Zechariah, right? So Zechariah, then we've got
in Luke's gospel, Zechariah, or it's Elizabeth, is a relative of
and that's possible in the Quran. There's no contradiction to that. She could, the interesting, in fact, one of the things I think she was is, and actually this is interesting because I actually don't believe that the Quranic Jesus is a descendant of David. I don't think it's there. And again, because remember, the gospel writers are trying to convince everyone he's a descendant of David because people are suspicious of that. He's a dude from Galilee, right? Right? What's his connection to David? I don't know. I don't get
the genealogy.
Well, even in the New Testament, though, it's talking about Joseph's genealogy, but he's not
correct. It doesn't link to her.
Shouldn't have had any genes from Joseph,
which is odd, right? Yes, let's start with.
It is odd, and Christians have made all kinds of
in his story, right?
Yeah. In both Luke and Matthew, they're different genealogies, and both end with Joseph. And so again, Mark doesn't bother, and John doesn't bother, right? Because it's not important to them. But these guys were trying to make some kind of point, right, about Jesus being connected to David, right, and Solomon, and I'm not so sure they are in the Quran. The reason is one of the chapters of the Quran that's very central, has the story of Jesus, is chapter 2, I believe. It's the family of Amram, who is the father of Moses. So the idea is that he is descended from Moses and Aaron, right? Because Mary is considered to be of the family of Amram from the Bible, and that so she would be a descendant of Aaronic priests, a priest of Aaron, right? Rather than from David, right? She'd be descended from Aaron. And what's interesting is that you do have early Christian sources that do say Mary was descended from Aaron. And then they she also had a bloodline to David because they have to connect it. But this is an early account that we have. Early Christians believe Mary was from a priestly family, which would also explain why her mother's like, I dedicate my child to the temple, right? Because only the priests who could be descendant of Aaron could be there in theory, right? And so he's probably not Davidic in the Quran. He's probably descendant. He's probably a priestly descent. And the only other reference we have in Christianity that might support that, aside from these early legends about Mary, is that this figure that we're going to talk about, James. We mentioned that he's apparently his brother. Apparently, Mary had other children after Jesus, and James, who leads the Christians after Jesus. That's clear in the Acts of the Apostles. It's not Peter, it's James, right? Who is the brother of Christ. And we have early accounts of James would actually go into the temple and put on high priest robes and pray for the people. So he was like a shadow high priest. He was a political, that's why the high priest killed him, right? Because he's basically trying to take the high priest's political role. So how could he have done that unless he was already an Aaron priest descended? He couldn't have done it. So if that James' brother is a descendant of Aaron, Mary is a descendant of Aaron. So that fits in the Quranic story. So now we've got Zachariah in the Quran. Zachariah takes control of Mary, right? He's the one who's her guardian now, okay? Now, the next stage of the story is that Zachariah is taking care of her. She's being raised in a separate part of the temple in Jerusalem, where she has a private cell to herself, like the male priests do, and she's kept secluded in there. She puts up a veil, a curtain to protect herself from the men and being hassled by them. And the Quran then says, so Zachariah keeps coming up and checking up on her as she's getting older and living in this little private cell of hers, right? Almost like a monk. She's like a nun living there by herself, and she keeps finding fresh food there, and fruits that are out of season, fruits that shouldn't be in winter are suddenly in her room. And she's like, where are you getting them? And she says, well, an angel appears and gives me this food from God, right? And so that's a story in the Quran. And so this is Zachariah is blown away by this in the Quran. He's like, wow, I mean, he's seeing this food that shouldn't be there. There's something special about this girl. And he's sad because he's an old guy who has no children. So the next stage of the Quranic story is Zachariah then prays to God for a son. And then an angel appears and says, your prayer has been answered, right? And not a dream. A physical angel appears and says, your prayer has been answered. And Zachariah's response is like, really? I mean, I was just asking that, but my wife's like really old. That's his response. My wife's really, is that, I mean, are you sure it's been answered? Because I mean, I was just asking that, right? And then, and then the angel tells him, yes, your prayer has been answered. And yes, your wife is old and she's going to bear the child. And you're going to call him John. And it's interesting. The Quranic name for John in Hebrew is Yohanan, right? The Quranic name for John is Yahya. Yahya. Yahya literally translates to he lives. That's interesting because remember, John is a martyr. He's executed by Herod, right? And one of the ideas of Islam is that a martyr is actually not dead. They're actually immortal. The moment you kill a martyr, they instantly become ontologically alive. They're not actually dead like other people. And so Yahya, who was martyred, is eternal, right? He lives, right? So he called him John. And then the angel says, but you will, and then Joseph asks for a sign. How do I know this is true? You're not pulling my leg. And the angel says, the sign will be that you will not speak to your people for 3 days. You will be unable to speak. So it's not a punishment. It's actually a proof. It's a proof. So it's a proof, and it's a proof to the people because he says, go out and talk to them in signs. And so that's, it's like already people are like, what's happening to Zachariah? He's a respected priest. He's acting strange. He can't talk. And then, then he'll tell them afterwards when he can talk, it's because my son is going to be special. So now here's the interesting thing. So I've been to Jerusalem. I've been to the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is on the site of where many people believe the Jewish temple was once, right? So in the Al-Aqsa Mosque, there are 2 areas that are designated for the story today. So there is a section of the mosque that is specifically dedicated to Zachariah's prayer. The Muslim belief is he was standing here or kneeling here and asking God for John at this exact spot. So that is still, you go to the Al-Aqsa Mosque today, that's still a designated spot that people go and pray in to get the blessings of that. So that's still a living tradition today that Zachariah did this and he did it right here. And the other thing which blew me away is that there is a section underneath the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the underground area of what Jews would call the Temple Mount. I would call it the Haram, but the area. You go there, and there is a cell that has stairs leading up to it, stone stairs, that's cut off completely from everything else. And the Muslim tradition is this is the room where Mary was raised in. And so the Ottomans later built like a beautiful, like all these like beautiful religious stuff inside that room. But yeah, so there's a room there that I've seen that Muslims say this is where these events happened. Okay, so so that's a living tradition. That's important.
Seems like you need some water with all the talking. You keep talking.
I do. It's just my cold.
Oh, you got a cold. I forgot.
So the idea is, again, this will shock people. This is that important to Islam today that I've gone and prayed in the spot of Zachariah and the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem, and I've been to the sacred room of Mary in the Al-Aqsa Mosque, right? So that's a living tradition today. That's how important the nativity story of the Quran is today. Okay. So now, next step in the linear story. So now this happens. And then John is born, right? And so he's going to have his own. And now you made this point. The Quranic story, when it starts talking about John, it immediately parallels the Jesus story, okay? And it uses the same phrases. Yeah, it uses the same phrases because John and Jesus are parallel, right? They're cousins. It's implied in the Quran. It's stated clearly in the New Testament, right? But what's interesting is they both use the same phrase. They both say, when talking about themselves, John and Jesus both use the same phrase in the Quran. They say that I've been blessed by God, and there's peace upon me when I was born, there's peace upon me when I live, and there will be peace upon me when I'm raised back to life. So interesting that they both say this exact phrase. They use exact phrase.
Both,
so
they're both martyrs, I assume?
Well, they're both, in a way, I mean, again, many Muslims, the Quranic verse is ambiguous. Many Muslims believe Jesus never died on the cross. Again, I told you, there were first century Christians that didn't believe Jesus died on the cross, right? We know Paul argued against them in Galatians 3. He said, don't listen to those people. Or why are you being silly? I've told you that Jesus died on the cross. So he says that in Galatians 3, right? So obviously some people are telling him he didn't die on the cross. So a lot of Muslims believe Jesus didn't die on the cross, but there's also a minority that interpret that verse to mean that he didn't die in the sense that John didn't die. Like John was beheaded by Herod, but he's immortal. He's Yahya. He lives, right? And the same way some minority Christian Muslims would say, no, Jesus did die on the cross, but you can't actually, once you've been martyred, you instantly become immortal, eternal life, right? And so there's a parallel. I'm not going to argue as to which interpretation is correct. They have their own theological implications. Okay, so now we've got this story. So now what happens is now we switch into the Mary story for real, okay? Now we've established John and that they're going to be parallel. We now piece together the Mary story. So the Mary story is, so she's now living alone in that secluded chamber in the temple, now the Al-Aqsa Mosque. She's living there. It's funny because when I went to visit, I was with a guy who's an architect. From Miami, we were together, and he checked out the stones in that structure. He's like, no, this is absolutely a Roman construction. So whatever that room was used for, it absolutely exists from Jesus's time. He's like, this whole thing is Roman. The entire room is wow. Roman architecture, right? So that room definitely lives at least to Jesus's time. We know that, right? So, and he's like, look at that. That's all Roman. So, all right. So now we've got this. Now, the next part of the story is, so Mary is living alone there, and then one day, God sends an angel, as the Quran says, in the form of a perfected man. Like he's beautiful, perfect, but he's physical form. And he arrives.
It said physical proportion, and one of the things you read, and then perfected man. I was like, what does that mean? So yeah, physically perfect man. I thought that was fantastic.
Physically perfect man, right? And there's also Sufi mystical meanings about perfected man that is more theological. But he appears in this form, and he breaks the segregation that she's got going on there, like her protected area, and he comes into her room, and she's shocked because the rule is no man ever bothers her, right? That's the rule for her to be in this area, that she's been given this thing. And so she immediately says, I take refuge in God, because she thinks he's here to molest her or rape her, right? I take refuge in God from you. If you are God-fearing, you're going to leave me alone, right? And then he says, and I can actually, let me see if I can pull up the actual words here, so people are asking, what are the actual text words here? Okay, let me get to the actual. Okay, so now he says, sister, he says, this is what he says, quote from the Quran. He said, now this is Gabriel. He says, remember, Gabriel is central to Islam because he is the angel that gives the prophet his communications. So Gabriel
shows up a lot. He's everybody's favorite angel, it seems like.
Yeah. Well, he's very central to Islam because he's the guy that's the direct conduit to God. He's the conduit of the Quran, right? And of course, so the Luke story, it's not surprising. Pardon me?
I said he's the chief messenger?
He's a chief messenger. At least in Islam, he is, right? Gabriel can serve that role in other roles in Christianity. So I'm going to quote you what it says in the Quran. So Gabriel said, I am only the messenger of your Lord to give you news of a pure boy. And then, she says to him, how can I have a boy while no man has touched me and I have not been unchaste? And then the response is, this is the response that Gabriel gives. Such is God. He creates what he wills. When he decrees a matter, he only says, be, and it is, right? Your Lord says, it is easy for me, and we will make him a sign to the people and a mercy from us, and it is a matter already decreed. So this is important. The phrase, which is very important in the Quran, be and it is. It appears several times. Kun fayakun, be kun fayakun, and it is. That's how God creates. It's simply just manifesting by word. God creates. And so Jesus exists because I've said be. You don't have a father? Well, you're going to exist, right? Be. And so this is important because then the Quran then responds to those who say that a miraculous birth by definition means that Jesus is divine. And the Quran says, this is exactly the phrase God used to make Adam. Kun fayakun, be and you are. Adam pops up without a father or mother and just exists. So, and it's important that this is the case because the Quran says that Jesus embodies, like the very fact that he even exists is proof of God. So anyone who meets Jesus is meeting someone that should not exist, that is not scientifically possible, and that he's a living sign. The Quran says he is the sign. So anyone who sees this guy has actually seen the proof that God is real because this guy shouldn't exist. That's what Jesus has been chosen for. Okay, so she has this, and then so this happens to Mary, and then the Islamic tradition is Gabriel then breathes on her, and the spirit of God descends upon her, and she becomes pregnant. Be it is. Okay, so this is important because the titles of Jesus is in the Quran. He's called the Word of God and the Spirit of God. These are the actual titles. He's called Kalimullah and Ruhallah, right? So when you think about Ayatollah Khomeini, Ruhollah Khomeini, that was it, Ruhallah. So those are actual titles, and Christians will, Christians, the Gospel of John begins with the Logos, right? The beginning there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, right? Okay. And so Islam is calling Jesus the Word of God, but is not equating him to God. He's a word that comes out of God and becomes physically manifest. So he's the Word of God. Be and it is. And he's a spirit because Gabriel breathes the Spirit of God, and so the Spirit of God runs through him. But again, he remains human, but he becomes this living connection to those infinite possibilities. So that's it. So now what's the next stage of the nativity story? The next stage of the nativity story is, now notice, there's no Joseph anywhere in the story. There's no Joseph in the Quran.
I noticed that. That's a very big difference between the two stories.
Now, in Islamic legend, in Islamic storytelling, Joseph shows up. They call him Joseph the carpenter, right? But he's not in the Quran anywhere. He doesn't need to show up. If you guys read the Quran, I don't see no Joseph, right? He doesn't need to. And in the Quranic story, and so this is the thing, she doesn't go to Bethlehem. She retires, or she could go to Bethlehem. It's not mentioned. The Quran says then she becomes pregnant and she starts showing, and she decides to leave her people, right? And go out, because now this is a concern, because she's been living with this one teenage girl living alone amongst all these men in the temple. Something might have happened. And so she goes, right? Because, adultery and fornication, punishable by death in this world. So she leaves the temple because it's going to become a scandal. She leaves it before there is a scandal. She leaves. And she goes out to get away from people so nobody tries to kill her. Nobody threatens her. She goes. And the Quran says she goes out to a distant place in the east. We don't know where that is. I believe Bethlehem is to the southeast of Jerusalem, but we don't know exactly where this is. So the Quran doesn't say where it is. It just says she goes out to the east, and there's no manger, there's no Joseph, there's no sitting on a donkey, there's none of that story that we got, right? All it tells us is she goes out to the desert by herself, as far as we can tell, by herself. She goes out alone to get away from everybody else, and then she gets to the point where the baby's about to be born, and it's terribly painful, and she's got nobody there to help her, and she's frightened, and she's in a lot of pain, and she wishes she was dead. In the Quran, she says, I wish I was never born. I wish I had never existed. I had died before I was born, because I don't want to go through this pain of childbirth. Because she's got nobody. She's completely alone, right? And then the Quranic story is, so she's basically living, resting up out in the desert against like a dead tree, like a dead palm tree that's there, and she's ready to die. She's in so much pain, and she doesn't have any food or water, and she's going to survive this. And suddenly a voice comes to her. Some people think it's the voice of baby Jesus in her womb. It's just a voice. A voice comes to her and says, don't be sad. The Arabic word is cool your eyes. So, your eyes are burning from tears. Cool your eyes and trust God, because what's going to happen now is look up. The tree that you're sitting against is suddenly alive, right? It's suddenly alive filled with dates. And shake the tree and the dates will come down. You'll have food. And if you look at your feet, suddenly a river, a little rivulet, a stream has appeared. So you have fresh water. But the thing is this, now God says in return for this, you must take an oath of silence. You must be quiet about what's about to happen. You don't tell anybody, you don't talk about it. You remain, if anyone comes to you, you just signal to them that I have taken an oath of silence and I'm not going to speak. Because people will be like, who's this pregnant 12-year-old girl in the desert by this tree? Do you need help, lady? Right? And so just give them a signal. I'm good. I'm not talking. Right? And so that's it. Then she gives birth to him. Okay. And again, as far as we know, there's nobody else there. And she then returns with him to her people. She goes back to Jerusalem to her people. And then they see this girl who's disappeared for some time that they were worried about coming back with a baby. And she's got no husband. So there's no Joseph around that they could say this is Joseph's child. She's literally showing up with a baby. And so everyone is like shocked. They're like, and they say to her, in the town square, they start yelling at her. They say, how could you do this? Your mother was a holy woman. Your father was a righteous man. You've committed this terrible sin, fornication, and they're getting ready to kill her. Right? Because the proof is there. She got a baby. She's got no husband. And then she still has, God has told her, don't say anything. So she can't even respond to this. So again, we talk about the idea of response, like in the Gospel of Matthew, the idea of not being able to talk, right? Here it again. Yahya, Zechariah can't talk because his inability to talk is the sign, and Mary is not allowed to talk. So how's she going to get out of this situation if she can't even defend herself? So then suddenly the miracle happens. That's not in the biblical tradition, but the miracle happens that the few-day-old baby suddenly starts speaking in perfect, I guess, Hebrew, Aramaic, or whatever, and defends his mother, says, I'm the servant of God, I'm the messenger of God, this is my holy mother, right? And I've been sent as a sign to mankind. And everyone is freaked out because they're seeing this with their own eyes, and they're scared and they run away. But she gets the reputation of there's something up with her and her baby, right? So that is the story of the Quranic thing. It essentially ends with this moment where the baby speaks. Now, there's a couple of other things that are mentioned in the Quran that could be from the early childhood, right? Because the Quran has a story that does not appear in the official New Testament, but does appear in the non-official, non-canonical apocryphal text. In fact, much of this story that I've just described to you does appear in the apocryphal. It appears in the Evangelion of James and the Proto-Evangelion of James and in Gospel of Nativity. Those are Gospels that didn't get into the canon, but a lot of these stories are there. So there's another story in the Gospel of Nativity that says Jesus, as a young boy, would fashion birds of clay and breathe into them, and they would come to life, magically fly away. Mm-hmm. The Quran says that is one of Jesus's signs, that he would fashion birds of clay and breathe into them, and they would become alive. Whether that happened as a child, it's if it's a similar story to the infancy gospel, then it would have happened as a child.
I really need to read that one.
And so, and I put an article in there so this is a story that's not exactly the same as the Christian Gospels. So it seems like, okay, where's this coming from, right? However, it is a story. Everything I've just described is existing in non-canonical apocryphal Gospels of that time period. So this entire story actually, and then one of the articles that I linked and sent to Heath is how Christian scholars have now discovered, aside from the fact that these stories of Mary and this tree and all, that's in these non-canonical Gospels. It exists, right? These stories of her going out to the desert.
Sources,
yeah, they're there, right? So at least Christians had this idea, right? It's not coming out of nowhere, right? And then we know that there was a church that archaeologically in Israel about 10, 15 years ago, a church was discovered near Bethlehem, but outside of Bethlehem, in the desert, right? Which is an early Byzantine church that is called the seat of the God-bearer, Theotokos. God-bearer was the title that the Eastern Orthodox Church gave to Mary, right? And so the church was called the seat of the Theotokos. This is where she sat. And we have these accounts from going back to just before the Prophet Muhammad, going back to the 6th century, so about 550, there's an account of a Christian pilgrim who goes to that church that's now been rediscovered, right? Number one, we found mosaics in the church that show Mary and these palm trees. So there's the story again of the palm trees, right? But then there's this account of a Christian who, in like 550 AD, Prophet Muhammad was born around 570 AD. So this is still an idea prevalent at the time he's born. There's a Christian that goes there and says that he saw a well, a stream, that the locals said this was the magical stream that appeared to save Mary's life when she was giving birth. So that was an idea that existed in Bethlehem in the 550s, 20 years before the prophet is born. So these ideas were not weird or shocking to Christians when Islam arose. They had already heard these stories. They were popular stories, even if they weren't in the official New Testament. So when Islam arises, they get a lot of the Unitarian Christians simply incorporated into Islam because they said, this is pretty much what we said, and God has sent a new prophet to reaffirm it. And that's now, so Islam can be argued to be, one way to think of Islam is a heretical form of Christianity, and Muslims would say Christianity is a heretical form of Islam. But these are two. Islam is essentially
typical way of religions talking about each other.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Christians did to each other. You're heresy. So Islam and Christianity are essentially the continuation of the James Paul debate of Galatians. That is where they are today.
That was what I was going to ask in summary, because that seems like where it was going. That therefore, in this explanation, that what you see, therefore, is that Islam is one particular resolution of the debates within Christianity, which occurred over 500, 600 years after the birth of Christ. Christianity went one way with resolution. Islam with a different way with the resolution.
Right. It took the other branch's resolution and gave it a new strength.
The minority branch.
What became the minority by the 7th century, because for brief periods it was the majority Christian idea, but by the Prophet's lifetime it was the beleaguered minority, and Islam suddenly becomes the vehicle of that. So Islam is essentially another kind of Christianity that fought its way back up.
Remind me of the timeline of when it was that the New Testament, as we know it, was codified. Which century was that? Because I can't remember.
Well, the books that were chosen is not official until the Council of Nicaea 325 AD, so 4th century. There were a lot of popular books that people assumed would be chosen, like the Gospel of Thomas, right? That weren't chosen. People were shocked. Like, what do you mean? Everyone's reading the Gospel of Thomas. It's like the most popular gospel, but not the official text, right? And so a lot of them were chosen. And then the problem again, none of this is to question Christian faith. The problem is that today, archaeologically, we don't really have we certainly don't have a full New Testament until the 4th century, until the 4th and 5th centuries, right? With the Latin version of it that we've got is the Vulgate, which is around, the 4th century. We have excerpts, we have verses that are found that go back as early as 120 AD. So we've got some verses of the Gospel of John. We found like little fragments of it that have been carbon dated to about 120 AD. So at least those verses were clearly then. But I'll give you an example of something that modern Christian scholars, except for maybe evangelicals, most modern Christian scholars are of this opinion. It's actually not at the beginning, but the end of the Gospel of Matthew. So the end of Gospel of Matthew, after Jesus is seen alive again, he's resurrected, right? The current Gospel of Matthew that everyone follows has that Jesus tells everyone to go out, his followers to go out, tells them, and baptize in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, right? Go out to the world, right? Okay, so the problem is this. So the earliest references to the Gospel of Matthew and that section don't mention that. So the earliest references we have from the 2nd century, Irenaeus and other early church fathers that are living maybe 100 years after Jesus or 150 years after Jesus, they simply say that Jesus told them to go out and baptize in my name, right? That's all the earliest texts. And suddenly, by the 4th century, it says Father, Son, and Holy Ghost at the same time that the Council of Nicaea accepts Trinity, right? Because there's no text. They need a textual proof.
And I should mention... Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I was sort of butt in real quick, because sometimes one of the things that, a certain kind of Christian perspective would be defensive of that kind of information, because ancient attitudes towards storytelling are a bit different than modern in many ways, where it's like, if, we have this attitude of like trying to make sure we have, the exact facts exactly as they happened. And to not do so would be seen as dishonest. For these writers, that would not have been seen as dishonest. It's really just, they're telling the best story.
They're just it's like fixing a hole in the carpet. That's all.
Exactly. Right. So they would not. They would. So that's not an attack on that. Yeah.
It was. I mean, they weren't trying to be insidious people corrupting their scriptures. They're simply saying, well, the church has determined that the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, that's how God works, right? Well, where do we find it in the text? Well, it's I don't know. Well, I mean, he probably meant that when he said that, go out and baptize in the name of Father and Son and Holy Ghost, because that's what we're doing now. He must have meant that, so we're going to put that in there, right? Exactly. In the same way that the Gospel of Mark ends without any resurrection appearance. It just ends with an empty tomb and somebody telling the women, hey, he's been brought back to life. Do you know if that's for real? You don't know. Some dude's just saying the tomb's empty, he's been brought back to life, and the gospel ends. It ends with the women terrified of finding the empty tomb and some guy telling them he's been brought back to life, that they run away and they don't tell anybody. They don't tell the disciples. They keep their mouths shut, and it ends. And that's the earliest text we have of Mark. End there. All of them do. And then after a while, people are like, what happens next? I mean, how can you just end the story there? And so suddenly, later copies of Mark suddenly start showing up with the current ending, where then they see Jesus and, he tells them all this stuff. That's not in the early, it just ends. But they like, well, that can't have ended there. So then they piously put in what they think the ending should have been, which is essentially copied off of Gospel of Matthew, right? So they were just doing stuff to try to make sense of all of this. Right. I wouldn't impute sinister motivation
Yeah, and to point that out is not to say that there was one. That's why I mentioned.
Yeah, but again, I think fundamentalists have difficulty with that because they see things everywhere, whereas their ancestors didn't see writing in this fashion.
Exactly. And so that's not really reading these stories in the way that, in the spirit that they were written. I think it's important to do that. Question for you, because like I was going through the two stories, in the New Testament and like what their kind of theme and their moral message was. I'd be curious to know what you think it is, the nativity story and the Quran. Like what I'm sure lots of Muslims have different ideas on that, but like what is your take on that? Look at that from a story perspective.
All right, so this will allow me to bring in the other thing I gave you, the Huffington Post thing. But so let's talk about what it means and then what it means practically for Muslims, because it literally changed the history of the world, changed the history of Islam, right? So on a theological level, there's centuries of Muslims going, what are the deeper meanings of all of this, right? The pivotal thing is that these people, Mary, Zechariah, John the Baptist, Jesus, are seen as a special group of people, right? They're called the family of Imran, the descendants of Moses and Aaron, right? They're of the tribe of Moses and Aaron, the family of Imran. So they're seen as inherently very holy people that are not like other people, right? And so this tells us that, because it's important theological difference. The Prophet Muhammad, remember how the story goes. He is born and Satan comes and touches his heart like touches everybody's heart, right? He has to have the heart cleansed, right? He isn't born immaculately like both Jesus and Mary, right? Okay. So
right, because he doesn't cry when he's born too, right? In the Quran.
The Prophet Muhammad was born like a normal child. He has a father and a mother, and he cries, and then later the angel has to clean it out of his heart because But whereas Mary and Jesus didn't have that experience, right? So they're not like other people, right? So there's this otherworldliness, and it's very important because Islam is very focused on the humanity of the Prophet Muhammad, and it's focused on the humanity of Jesus, right? This is our major theological difference with our Christian friends. We do not see him in any way, shape, form divine, and we don't believe he wanted to be claimed to be divine, right? That this is something that was projected onto him that he would have rejected, right? That's a theological belief. But what is important is, even though there's lots of miracle stories in Islamic tradition around the Prophet Muhammad, lots of miracle stories, right? The Quran doesn't really have any. There's a couple of verses you could think there's two verses that, one, there is a clear reference in the Quran to the one miracle, which is that the night journey, which is the Prophet is taken from Mecca to Jerusalem, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and goes up to heaven. There's a reference in that in the chapter called The Children of Israel, where he's taken to the farthest mosque, which literally is Al-Aqsa, because it is farthest in the sense that it is the most physically distant place of worship from Mecca to Jerusalem, right? But it's also an interdimensional. Muslims see the Haram, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, as an interdimensional portal to paradise, to heaven. And so it literally is the farthest, as it takes you all the way to the throne of God. That's why, again, people don't understand why Jerusalem is important to Muslims. It's literally the Islamic portal to heaven, right? And so the farthest one. And so there's that one reference, and there's one verse in the Quran that could be interpreted that one of the signs was that the moon split, like the people of Mecca saw the moon split in half in the sky as a sign of the Prophet Muhammad. There's but it's an ambiguous verse that people could say it could mean something else, right? But in general, the Quran doesn't. The Quran says every time the Meccans ask for, "You're a prophet, show us something, give us a trick," and the Quran's like, the entire universe is the trick. What do you want? You want a miracle? The sky is a trick. The rain is a trick. I mean, this is all a miracle. If you can't see the miracle, the fact that you exist and the wondrous order of the universe, you ain't going to believe a miracle if you're shown it, right? But because it is so focused on the earthliness, it is important to remind people that God is not physical, and there is wonder and magic and story and possibility, and so Jesus represents that. Jesus, the nativity, it's wonder. It's a sense that there is stuff that you cannot understand about the cosmos, and Jesus represents that. Like I said, he's the physical sign of it. He shouldn't exist, and so that's why the story is important. Prophet Muhammad is a historical figure, mother and father, lives. He's a prophet. He's a statesman. He's a husband, grandfather. He's a warrior. He's a king. He's all those things. Those are all human things, right? And that's his identity. He's human. He's fully human, right? And Jesus is human, but he's human in a way that's magical, which is wondrous. And you need that. You need that as a balancing thing. And so, because otherwise you get a religion that's based pure materialism, and all the magic is gone. And And the whole point of it, there's a verse in the Quran, it's one of my favorite verses, where it says God is describing the shadow, like how, look at the shadow, like when you're standing outside and the sun is hitting you and the shadow elongates, and it's like, and it changes in size as the sun. It's like God could make that stand still. He could just make that stand still. And the shadow is a sign. If you can't see that, that's a miracle, that the shadow moves and changes, right? But it doesn't have to be that way. And so Jesus is the constant reminder. The material world is not all there is.
It's interesting. I'm sorry. I was going to say, it sounds a lot more, very similar. Like, obviously, it's more similar to those non-canonical Christian texts. We're comparing it to Christianity, but out of the two in the canon, it seems more similar to Luke in both tone and in subject matter. They're both like miracles exist. It's kind of like this. They're very like Christmassy, in the ways that we tend to.
Well, think about it. Who are the Arabs? I mean, Luke would have been preaching to Arabs, right? They were not Jews. They were the pre-Islamic Arabs were polytheistic, idolatrous, icon worshiping people that were also common in Roman Empire and Turkey and Egypt. I mean, these are the people that Luke would have been preaching to.
Yeah, that's interesting.
James sent in this, which is a question for Cameron on the Heath Geekverse side, member for 9 months. Thank you, James. Yeah. James says, general question for Cameron. With Vatican II, John Paul II expressed the idea that Muslims and Christians worship the same God. What is your view?
So you're asking for my opinion on a theological thing, so I'll give it, right? And this is now we're leaving the realm of scholarship and personal subjective opinion. So I'll give it, right?
You've been asked for it.
So my personal opinion is that, for my personal, there is only one God. I think there's only one infinite consciousness that we all relate to. The Quran says that whatever name you call by God, he has all the beautiful names, right? And so that, to me, there's self-evidently only one being from which everything originates, right? We all have different names for that being. Obviously, just setting, it is certainly the Islamic God presents itself as the Abrahamic God, right? The stories are from the book of it. They're about Abraham, Moses, Jesus. This is presenting itself, so, if this isn't Krishna, right? This isn't Buddha. These are biblical stories and so the Islamic God is presenting itself as the God of Abraham in the same way that Christian, like a Jewish person could say to a Christian, you don't worship the same God. You've got this Jesus Christ, who's the Son of God, this isn't the God of Abraham. Right? And a Christian will say, you're crazy. Of course it's the God of Abraham. And our texts are the fulfillment of your texts, right? And Islam is a slightly different thing. It's like our texts are the correction of your texts. Christianity is a fulfillment of Judaism in its own mind. Islam doesn't see itself as that. Islam sees itself as the original religion of Abraham from which Judaism and Christianity derive. The Prophet Muhammad is simply putting the clock back to Abraham. Right? Whose religion, a Muslim would argue, is simply one God, worship God, take moral responsibility, treat your neighbor well. Because before, in Abraham's days, historically, there is no Judaism because there's no Torah yet. Moses doesn't exist, right? There's just Abraham telling people there's one God, right? And then there's no Christianity because Christ doesn't exist yet, right? And so that's actually the argument of the Quran, is it says to the Christians and Jews, do you say that Abraham was a Jew or a Christian? No, he was a Muslim. And what word Muslim literally means in Arabic, they that surrender themselves to God, give themselves up to God, right? So Abraham is somebody who gave himself up to God. That was his religion, right? And so that's what we're doing here. We're just going back to that. You have all this other theology and stories that Muslims will say, you guys made it up, right? So Muslims certainly see it as the same God. I think, people who are fundamentalists in every religion dislike the idea that they have commonalities with other religions. But I think it's objectively true that we're all worshiping the same God, even, whether you believe that God likes the way we're worshiping them or accepts it is a personal subjective choice on your part. But would you tell a Jew you're not worshiping the same God as me as a Christian? You wouldn't, right? It wouldn't even occur to you, right?
It's interesting.
It's a bizarre thing for me that people worship the same God. Well, of course. What do you think? I'm worshiping the God of Abraham. Who are you worshiping? I don't know. That's who I'm worshiping.
I feel like that question, and this is not at all what I don't think this is how James.
No, he's asking.
But I'm just saying.
There's nothing aggressive in this question. Yes.
Well, that's something common.
That was a confirmational question from him.
Yes, but I think the way that kind of question, kind of the cultural context that kind of a question can come out of, is from a general cultural context where rooted in a certain kind of Christianity that basically, sees it as being like, if you don't believe something exactly the right way, then you're condemned. And so that's where you can have like worshiping the wrong God, where that kind of a thing can even come from. Whereas depending on how someone approaches religion, they may have a more Unitarian view, or say like, oh, you may be worshiping the right God, but just incorrectly. But for some people, it's like worshiping the wrong God or worshiping the right God incorrectly means that you go to hell. So like I feel like there's a certain kind of
one of the arguments I
can bring that question into being, you know what I'm saying? It's just an interesting side note.
Well, I remember in college that an evangelical Christian in college, was very aggressive, and he came up to me and he said, because I was trying to tell him, I was like, we Islam, we have a lot of the same stories. Jesus, we even have the story of the Antichrist will come at the end of time, and he's called Messiah Dajjal, the false Messiah, and Muslims believe Jesus will return and defeat him, just like you do. It's a central Islamic idea that there's a second coming, and he comes and he defeats this false prophet, false Messiah. And then he used to get irritated that I was trying to compare these two religions. So he said to me, and he quotes, and it's a real quote. He quotes one of Paul's letters where it's I don't know if it's Paul's letters or one of the Johannine letters, but it's one of the letters in the New Testament that says, anyone who denies that Jesus is the Messiah, is Christ, is an Antichrist. So you're an Antichrist. He said that to my face. I said, well, but in Islam, Jesus is the Messiah. So he's called Isa al-Masih in the Quran. That's his title. Right. And so we just don't define in the same way that Jews define Messiah very differently from you. Right. In Islam, Messiah just means, God's messenger that's sent, as a sign of God. His existence is the sign, the proof of God. That's all it means. You've given it this meaning, well, he dies for your sins and he's resurrected 3 days later. That's the meaning you give the word. That's not the meaning of Messiah that I give it, and certainly ain't the meaning that Jews give it. That's a totally other idea. So, I say Jesus is the Messiah too, and then that annoys him because, well, it's a different. But I was like, yeah, but that's what I call him. I call him the Messiah. That's the name in the Quran. You just don't like.
Which is why definition. I think one of the things that is really cool what really moved me about that I'm sure we'll get to the article that you wrote about that early history with Christians and Muslims interacting, and also why I really liked your short film, which is funny because it happens to also involve a virgin birth and stuff like that. But
you see how now I need to go back and rewatch that. I didn't think
I know, right? But there's just a sense of like,
and I gotta find out. I should put that in the comments.
We should put the link there.
In a religious conversation, I just think is very important. And I'm saying this as someone who's not really religious. So I kind of am, but an atheist.
Well, you're a mystic in your way. But
that's what we're engaging in right now. Technically, like we need so much more of that in our world, and it's just we're so
well. So this bridges me, Brianna. Yeah. This bridges me to the story. Maybe this is where we'll close out our conversation about the good that this story can do. Right? Okay. We talked about the divisions right now of the differences between Christianity and Islam on Jesus's nature and the nativity and how that can divide us. Let's talk about how it unites us. So maybe we'll bring down to if Heath puts in it, it's a link I did. I wrote an article for the Huffington Post a few years ago.
I did post that. I'll post that again. Hey, Cameron, what is your channel where the video is? I got to find. How do I find that real easily?
It's just Kamran Pasha 72, KAMRAN PASHA 72, or you can Google. You can YouTube search me, Kamran Pasha, Miriam, MIRAIM. That film would pop up on Google search on YouTube search. Okay, so
found it. All right,
all right. So the story. So this is a historical story. So the reason Islam exists today and the Muslims exist today is because of the nativity story. That's a huge thing for me to say, but let me explain it. So in the early years of Islam, so the Prophet Muhammad has his revelation, right? He gets his endorsement from the Waraka, the Christian, right? And he starts getting followers. And, the message is very simple. Again, it's Abrahamic monotheism. Everyone's worshiping idols. They're killing baby girls because they don't want baby girls, doing terrible things. There's no government. They're raping and looting the poor. I mean, it's a chaotic desert world. And so he shows up and says, there's one God. Stop worshiping idols. Stop killing your baby girls. Start establishing moral, ethical life. And this is a world that doesn't have that, right? And so in Mecca, he starts getting these followers, and they're mostly poor people. A lot of slaves convert. People are at the bottom of society, right? Because like this is giving them some hope, right? Whereas Meccans got nothing. Mecca is run essentially by an oligarchy of merchants. It's a pivotal trading town that connects Yemen with the Byzantine Empire and Iran, the Iranian Empire. So it's like all the trade of frankincense and myrrh and gold coming out of Africa goes through Yemen and into Europe, into Asia, into Europe through Mecca. So Mecca is this trading point, right? Okay, and so they don't have a government. They've got a group of. They're basically a bunch of libertarian dudes who went out there in the desert and created a settlement, and they don't have a king. They just got a bunch of rich guys who are making money off the trade, and they're like an oligarchy council, and they basically, it's a cultic center with lots of idols, and there's this one sort of central cubicle structure called the Kaaba, which they believe, the story is, well, Abraham built this a long time ago, but now all gods are welcome here. So you've got literally 360 idols of different gods from different areas, and it becomes this big religious as well as merchant site. So suddenly the Prophet Muhammad shows up and says, everything that's happening here is immoral and unjust. We need to end the idolatry. We need to have one God. We need to have a moral system. We need to have rules. We need to have laws. We need to, all these things, none of that exist here. Stop hurting the poor. And this is not well received by the Meccan rich guys who are like, what is this crap? Not only is he, they don't believe in anything. They don't care, gods, whatever. But the people believe in it, and they're making money off of it, right? And this guy showed up and saying, destroy all these idols. There's only one God. Okay, well, that's bad for business, right? And they're afraid this is going to mess up the trade that they've got of all these different religions that everyone's going through here, and they don't like it. And so they persecute them for the first several years. And they basically boycott them. People are not allowed to sell them food. They've got to survive somehow off the land in a desert. So it's a really bad situation, right? So, and there's only a few hundred of them. And then, so it gets so bad that people can't survive. They can't eat. And so some of them desperately, can we get out of here? It's the prophet, right? What do we do? And so the prophet says, there is a Christian king in Ethiopia, Abyssinia, which is just across the Red Sea. Mexico is near the Red Sea. So if you can get to the coast, get on a boat and go to Abyssinia, and the Christian king is a righteous man, and he will protect you. And so they do that. So and that includes the prophet's own daughter and her husband and a few people, and they just basically flee in the middle of the night. And they escape these people, and they get on a boat, and they go, and they cross the Red Sea, and they go, and they arrive, and they basically are refugees. And they ask the Christian king, Najus, they ask him, can we please stay here? He's like, well, are you Christians? It's like, we are monotheists. We believe in the God of Abraham, and we love Moses, and we love Jesus. And he's like, that's good enough. That's good enough. No problem. Sounds good. So he says, you stay with him, right? So now the Meccans are pissed off because these people go there. And Ethiopia is one of their big trading countries. So they're afraid these guys are going to go there, spread propaganda against the Meccan oligarchy and maybe cut off trade. So they're like, crap, we got to get these guys out of here before they mess up our business. So they send a bunch of guys to the court of the king, right? Of the Negus. And they go there, and they say to him, these are refugees. These are people that were criminals in our country. Please give them back to us. We'll take them back to be punished. So he's a good guy. He's like, criminals. What is this? They seem like nice people. They're not causing any problems. So he summons them to the court, right? It's like, so what's this all about? And then they say, well, these people, we're not criminals. We just believe in the one God of Abraham. And these people are persecuting us, and they want us to go back and worship their idols, or they're going to kill us. And we're not going to do that. And so the king's like, worshiping idols? What is this all about? Now he's pissed off. So he's telling, and these are people he's done business with. So the guy, the Islamic story, the figure who was sent was actually a big businessman who knew the king well. So the king's like, so what are you talking about? What's going on here? So now they're panicking because the king's a religious Christian. He's not going to hand over these people that are asking for refuge. And so they say, well, do you know, the Meccans say, do you know that that these Muslims, as they call themselves, they insult Jesus. They call Jesus a dirty slave. Right? Because Muslims call Jesus the servant of God. In Arabic, Abdullah, which means the slave of God. In Islam, there's no higher honor than to be God's servant, his slave. But, for a Christian who is Jesus Christ is the king. Christ is king. He is the manifestation of God on earth. He's a slave. You're saying Jesus is some humiliated. That's how he understood it, right? So he got angry. He's like, defend yourselves. Are you claiming Jesus is a slave? Are you insulting the Messiah? And so what the Muslims then do is they recite the story of the Virgin Mary that I just recited for you, right? Of them to him, and it tells him the whole story that I just shared with you. And they said that we believe Jesus is God's beloved servant. We believe he is the Word of God because he's called that in the Quran. We believe he is the Spirit of God because he's called that in the Quran, and we believe he's fully human. That's our major difference with you, right? But this is the whole story of Mary and his miraculous birth and everything. And the king hears this, and there's this incredible, really dramatic moment. He gets up and he goes to them, and he draws, using his like royal scepter, he draws a line in the sand on the ground between himself and the Muslim delegation. And he says, the difference between you and I, Christians and Muslims, is no greater than the distance between this line between us. And then he turns to the Meccans and goes, these are my fellow believers. They love Jesus, and they are under my protection forever. And they will always, and you cannot harm them. And this is the amazing thing. Not only did that community then survive, right, and live, to this day, there is a large Muslim minority in Ethiopia that has never been in conflict with the Ethiopian Christians, has always lived in safety there. There's never been a jihad between the Muslim world and Ethiopia, because Muslims were always seen as brothers by the Ethiopians from that moment on. So it is to this day, that story creates that culture of Ethiopia where Muslims and Christians have no dispute, have never had a dispute, right? And they've kept their religions. That is the power of this nativity story. That's how remarkable. To me, that's a miracle. That's an utter miracle that goes on to this day, that a nation lives in peace because of the story, the shared story. I mean, if you believe in miracles, to me, that's a miracle.
It's really beautiful. Yeah, especially just given how much pain there has been between those religions over the past millennia and a half. That's a really, really good story, and a reminder of how things can be. Yeah,
and how they should be. How they should
be.
I mean, it's there's a story, and again, it may be apocryphal, but it's an interesting story that when the prophet, I told you about there are 300 idols in the Kaaba, in the Mecca. So when the prophet finally defeated these people, he eventually later immigrated. Some people went to Ethiopia. He himself immigrated to this town of Medina, which ended up becoming the first Islamic community and state. And the Meccans attacked it, and there was 10 years of war, and they lost. And the prophet actually made a peace treaty with them that they broke. And under the terms of the peace treaty, he could then take Mecca, and he did it peacefully. He came back with an army. Nobody was killed. Everyone surrendered under the peace treaty. And he gave a general amnesty to all of his enemies, that had been trying to kill him for 20 years. He gave a general amnesty. And one of the things he did was he goes into the Mecca, because this is the defeat of this old system. He goes into Mecca. He goes to the idols of the different Arabian gods, and they're all shattered. He takes his staff and he knocks every one of them down, and the stones are broken, right? And then in amongst all these idols, he finds one, like someone brought an icon of Jesus and the baby. I mean, Mary and the baby Jesus, right? And he didn't destroy it. He had it wooed with respect. And he said to the people, and he pointed to the baby Jesus. He said, this is my brother. This is my brother in the love of God of Abraham. Do not damage his image. Just get it out of here so we're not worshiping an image. But don't disrespect it. And that's why, Muslims don't hurt churches, right? I mean, yes, you had these crazy maniacs like ISIS doing stuff, but that's not normative. The reason that ISIS was destroying 2,000-year-old churches in Syria is because there were 2,000-year-old functioning churches in Syria amongst Muslims. Nobody bothered them, right? I've been to churches in churches in West Africa, right? Beautiful churches in Senegal, where it's 95% Muslim. The most beautiful church I've ever seen. Catholic church, huge, but it's a country of Muslim. Nobody bothers them, right? Because the prophet said, leave them alone. And one of the things he did when the Muslims armies, then they got into conflict with the Byzantines. The Byzantines were like, what's happening here? There's a new rising power, and then they fought the Muslims. And this started happening in the final years of the prophet's life. And he knew that the Muslims were going to end up being in military conflict with the Byzantines. And so he sent a letter, which is preserved to this day. It's an incredible thing. If you go to the Christian Coptic monastery at Mount Sinai, right? Today, the Christian monks preserve a letter that was sent to them by the Prophet Muhammad. Now, the Muslim tradition is that he couldn't read or write, that he dictated it, but that he sealed it with his personal handprint and his ring. And you can see this parchment letter, which says that to display it in the monastery, and the Prophet says to them that he's giving eternal protection to all Christians, their churches. They will not be forced to convert to Islam. They will be left unmolested. Their priests will be left unmolested. Then their women don't have to become Muslims. And that if any Muslim ever bothers you, you show them this letter from me. And to this day, it is in display as an archaeological thing in the church on Mount Sinai. this letter from the Prophet Muhammad saying Christians are eternally protected, right? And if anyone bothers you, show them this letter. Goes back to that nativity story that we share.
Oh man, Heath, are there any I have not been looking at the comments at all. Are there any comments that we should address? There is still one other topic that if we have time, we can get into that I have prepared for. But
well, yeah, I know. I think we go into that because I had, I mean, of course, then my topics again. What does this mean? Because my meaning and analysis of this was different than what we have talked about so far.
That's another
but I know that, but one of the ways that you could take about this, especially I think if you're talking about the gospel according to St. Luke, is what you were going to talk about, Brianna, when you were talking about how do we look at the birth of Jesus in the context of other miraculous births, right?
Yes. So I was,
because I think that probably we're going to have a division here between St. Luke and St. Matthew, because I was particularly drawn to St. Matthew, but I think you've got a lot of notes on that. So why don't we attack what the similarities, like from the literary perspective of what is this when we're talking about the birth of Christ, especially in a positive view, which seems like maybe that we have analogous stories in others. So I'll let you take it from there.
Well, first, Cameron, are you able to stay longer? Do you need to wrap up? How are you?
I got another half hour, then I got to actually get some work done. So we're going to go on 3 hours at that point. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I actually don't have notes. What I have is a bunch of things from this book that I wrote. I noted some pages that I thought were relevant to this conversation. So I did that really quickly. So the Hero with 1,000 Faces is, of course, famous for the hero's journey. But that is like the first half of the book or so, where he talks about, the classic hero's journey that we all know, also known as the monomyth. He actually calls it, and here he has his own phrase. I think those are words that we've given to it. He calls it the adventure of the hero. But Joseph Campbell, he also identifies some other mythic structures and types of stories. He talks about like the cosmological cycle, so like patterns of stories of creation, and also the life of the hero. So he talks about births and childhoods, and I don't know, I just thought it was some interesting conversation starters. One of the things I want to mention first is that one of the things that's lesser known by people that haven't read it is that he actually identifies 5 types of heroes. I definitely think there are more. One being the hero as a martyr, which came up today. It's very important in Christianity. It sounds like it's important in Islam as well. He doesn't mention that, but he has 5.
But again, in Islam, it's important because martyrdom is immortality, right? It's right. My nose is like running. I apologize for that squeak.
That's fascinating.
I'm sick. My nose is running. They told me, so please forgive me for the disgustingness.
No, I didn't even notice.
I did. That's okay. We all got everybody knows. It's okay. I'm human. I'm human. I'm a fully human person.
We don't believe it, Cameron. You human?
What? No way.
I'm going to throw this away. I'm listening to you. Hold on a second. I'll be back in 1 second.
You're good. So the first is the hero as warrior, of course. So as he describes it, again, I'm saying as he because I think sometimes I don't always agree with him, but this is just his argument. So he has the hero as warrior, which the hero faces a monster, tyrant, or dragon that needs to be destroyed. And in his examples, it isn't always destroyed by violence, isn't always a male hero, but it's destroying some sort of, monster or tyrant. So that's the hero as warrior. Hero as lover, the reward is the marriage bed. So these are these myths where there's some sort of difficult task that must be completed in order to earn the right to, sleep with some magical maiden or some goddess or something like that. So that's number 2. Number 3, this is a fascinating one for another discussion someday. The hero as emperor and tyrant. In this case, you have a hero who has some sort of spiritual insight. They bring enlightenment, wisdom, and or law. I definitely think Moses is an archetype that fits into this type of hero.
And the Prophet Muhammad is as well, the lawgiver. So yes.
Yes. So sometimes it's straight from a divine source. But one of the negative things of this type of hero is in a position of power and respect, they can corrupt, letting it get to his head, and then he becomes the tyrant people need to be delivered from. So that doesn't always happen, but it can happen with that type of hero.
Well, that's the risk. That's the inherent risk. Yes.
Exactly. Number 4 is the hero as world redeemer. So this is relevant. So this kind of a hero brings enlightenment and spiritual truth. But not from a divine source, rather as a divine source. So it's some sort of like a god or divine being that walks among us. Obviously, Jesus in the Christian tradition is a hero as a world redeemer. I do wonder how many there are. Like, I do wonder if Joseph Campbell is just kind of talking about Jesus.
Any classification is
right.
Cramming stuff in, but let's look at these. For example, let's look at Jesus. Maybe look at Prophet Muhammad as a counterpart. So let's look at.
There's one more. Wait, I should do the fifth one.
I'm sorry, one more.
There's one more, and then you can see how it is with Muhammad. But the fifth one is hero as saint, and this one is a fascinating one. So in hero as saint, that's different from hero as world redeemer or hero as the emperor bringing spiritual truth. So the hero as saint finds spiritual revelation. They're not like divine necessarily. But the hero leaves and does not return. So that's a difference to the normal hero's journey kind of a thing. Like they find spiritual, truth, and then they go off onto some other plane or something, and they don't return. Buddha is interesting because he could be either 4 or 5, depending, I think, on what version of Buddhism you're following.
Theravada, Mahayana, all of them, they got their own thing going on. Yeah.
Right. So those are the 5. What were you going to say?
Okay, so why don't we go over the 5? Let's look at Jesus, because this is about nativity, right? And so it'll be interesting because I do think that Jesus fulfills all of that, even in traditional Christianity, but in ways that are unexpected.
That's right.
Because I think that the needs that are being serviced by that are serviced by. I think that the Christian storytellers had to service those needs, but they came up with creative solutions based on their understanding of Jesus. So first one is what Jesus, the hero's warrior, right? So again,
something.
I'm sure the Crusaders and others militants throughout history have seen Jesus as the ultimate physical warrior, right? And there are verses that you could interpret that way. There's the very famous verse, "I did not bring peace, but to bring a sword," right? That can be interpreted in many ways, but that you can take it literally. There's also a verse that a lot of people aren't familiar with. I believe it's in Luke, where he says, "Anyone who denies me as king, bring them before me and kill them." Right. So there's some verses out there that sound pretty violent. Right. And so most Christians historically have seen Jesus as the Prince of Peace, because in the Christian narrative, he is someone who does not resist being falsely accused, being tortured, being killed. Right. He turn your other cheek. There's also a
martyr, which is not on the list.
Exactly. So, but we'll get to that in a second in this warrior thing. But again, I've heard so many times devout Christians will say to me, Jesus is the ultimate warrior. What they mean is he's the warrior against evil. He's the warrior against lies, and he's the peaceful warrior, right? The way of the peaceful warrior, like that Millman book, right? And actually, there's an Islamic component to that, because the Prophet Muhammad is famous for having said that after coming back from a battle, he said, "What we just went through is the lesser jihad." Jihad meaning to struggle in the service of God. And the people said, his followers, his companions said, "Well, what if that's the lesser jihad? That was a pretty intense battle, right? What's the greatest jihad if that's the lesser one?" And he said, the greatest jihad is to fight the evil inside yourself. It's self-restraint. It is moral rectitude. It is not giving into temptation. It is to, turn the other cheek. That's the greatest jihad, right? Because it's the hardest thing to do. It's not hard to fight somebody. It's much harder to restrain yourself. So Jesus is a warrior, even by that definition, as a pacifist, as many interpret him to be, right? So that's for the warrior. But this idea of martyr, again, within Islam, the martyr, because he's, with no apologies, Islam has military elements to it, right? If people critique it for that, right? It is not a pacifist religion. It believes in fighting, and it believes in fighting for righteousness. Muslims will certainly interpret that as fighting in self-defense with very specific rules of war. Can't kill women, can't kill children, can't kill priests. Those were all rules war delineated by Islam at a time when there were no rules of war. The Romans just killed everybody. The Persians killed everybody. The idea of a rule of war didn't exist. Islam had these rules of war. So, but there's no apology that Islam has a militant aspect to it within its own sense of righteousness and justice, right? So, but even and so within that, one of the things that you could say was a motivator. Like Christian critics of Islam could say, you guys created an army of fanatics that conquered the Middle East, and one of the things that motivated them was the idea that if they died on the battlefield as martyrs, that they didn't actually die. They instantly became immortal beings. They were transmogrified into something else. The Quran actually says that. The Quran says a shaheed, and the word martyr means witness, someone who sees the truth of things. A shaheed do not call them dead. They are alive, but you cannot perceive it with your senses. So it's a very specific thing in the Quran that the martyr is not actually dead. They're ontologically alive.
They're immortal, yeah.
They're alive. They're just in another dimension, but they're actually alive. They're not in the same place that a dead person's soul is residing. They're actually alive, and it says that, and God is providing them sustenance. So they're eating and drinking and living in some physical form in that other dimension and experiencing an actual life, right? And so for the Christian, Jesus is the ultimate martyr. He dies for your sins, for the sins of all mankind, and then comes back to life.
But then Christianity also, just in tradition, has just endless stories of martyrs, and like that's like it becomes very internalized.
The first 3 centuries, it's martyrs that don't fight back like Jesus and get set on fire and eaten by lions. After Constantine, it's martyrs that fight on the battlefield, right? Because Constantine sees the cross burning on a battlefield, which please understand at the time was really shocking to Christians.
But even in the modern day, I think martyrdom is very, very important in a lot of versions.
It is because you're following Jesus' path, right?
Exactly, he's your ultimate hero, so you'd want to. Yeah,
and so, but that's a warrior. He's fighting evil in this way. So that's one. So what's the second one?
Hero as lover. Now that one.
Okay, this is interesting. Yeah. So let's go with the traditional Christianity. Let's go with Gnosticism. Let's go with Islam. Just on Jesus.
Gnosticism is another one of my favorite versions.
So traditional Christianity, Jesus doesn't get married. No Da Vinci Code stuff. He doesn't marry Mary Magdalene. Doesn't have a secret love child. That's traditional Christianity. Is that Jesus is celibate his entire life, never experiences sexual relations, does not have a partner. That was not in his mission, right? Okay, but what do Christians refer to the church as? They refer to it as the bride of Christ. Right. So you couldn't get the idea out. The archetype of the hero having a bride is central to Christianity. You can't get it out. You need it. The hero has to have a partner. And the church becomes the bride. So that's in Orthodox Christianity. Gnosticism, the Gnostic Gospels got Jesus kissing Mary Magdalene on the lips. She's called his partner. There's, in the Gnostic Gospels, you got Peter complaining to Jesus saying, "You love Mary more than us." There seems to be a sexual romantic relationship in the Gnostic Gospels. So this idea of Jesus being a romantic lover existed amongst the Gnostics. Okay. And then in Islam, the Quran does not mention any wife or child of Jesus. It doesn't at all, right? But it's not in any way opposed to it. If you told me Mary Magdalene was his wife, that doesn't affect my Islamic faith, because the Quran says that all the prophets of God, in order for them to teach people, had to be people. And the Quran says all the prophets had wives and children. So that's a verse in the Quran. So all the prophets, one will kind of presume that must include Jesus, right? And so, because how can you teach anybody if you don't know what their struggle is, that they're having, there's great stories in the Islamic tradition of the prophet and his wife arguing, and getting upset with each other. And then they learn, and then, they learn and then they reconcile. And then that's the example of how you work it out in a marriage. Because now the holy man himself is having a problem with his partner, right?
Yeah.
And this is how you work it out. So now you got an example.
From like a storytelling or like structural perspective, It's an interesting thing to note about the bride of Christ too. You could see that part of what Jesus is doing in these stories, of course, he's doing a lot of things, but he's rescuing that bride. Like there's an element of kind of saving the maiden, almost saving the whole world.
Exactly. He saved literally from the dragon. Satan is called the dragon. So he's saving the maiden, which is the humanity, which is the church, from the dragon, by taking on all of its bad karma onto himself. It's the ultimate lover sacrifice. Give me everything you got, baby. I got it all onto me, and I will destroy myself so that you can live. And in the process, I will find life and we'll be together forever. That's romance
That's true.
in a mystical sense.
And the third one, hero, is emperor / tyrant. I think if you take out the tyrant part, it's very obvious that he falls into that. He was like,
he's the king, right? Jesus
is bringing enlightenment and wisdom straight from a divine source. Yeah, Jesus.
That's Christ, right? And it's central because that's why the nativity has to have him come from David, because he can't be that. Right. And again, I'm not so sure that the Quranic Jesus is not necessarily from David. He seems to be from Aaron without any Davidic thing. So, there's no guarantee that the Quranic Jesus is a king. And it's interesting because, so the Islamic view of the second coming is that Jesus returns at the end of time, physically descends from the heavens, defeats this false Messiah who's essentially taken his mantle and proclaimed himself, right, as the true Son of God, the servant of God, whatever, proclaimed himself, and he destroys them, and then this is the Islam. Again, it's not in the Quran, although there's some implication of the Quran about this, but this is an Islamic tradition that then the Islamic tradition then says then he dwells for 40 years in the world, teaching human beings, like traveling the world. I mean, I don't know. In modern day, would he get on an airplane? I mean, he used donkeys, whatever. It'd be interesting. Jesus returns, so does he get on like a flight, like to go to China? I mean, it's interesting. It's an interesting idea. People never think about it. Like Jesus comes back, does he actually like get in a car? I mean, how does he do his mission, right? But it's an interesting idea. So, but then he travels the world, spreads, Islam, is surrender to one God, and then he gets married and has children in the Islamic tradition. So even if he didn't do it married back then, or he did it back then and he's back now on this earth, right? He gets married and has children, and then he dies, right? But it's not really an Islamic idea that he rules the earth. It's more that he goes and teaches people.
And that's not because, in part because, of course, he's more of a minor character in Islam, whereas in Christianity, of course, he's the main hero. So it's interesting.
Well, I mean, I would say he's minor. He's number 2 in the story. I mean, Christians won't accept that, but he's number 2 in the story.
But I just mean comparatively, of course, he fulfills a different role, and so that's really fascinating that you brought that, what you're bringing up, that like he does in Christianity, he is all 5 if you include martyr. He's not
really the emperor in Islam. He's not really the king. So,
yeah, but in Christianity, he really is all those. That's really fascinating because, again, as Joseph Campbell brings it up, he's talking about stories, an individual story where the hero is just one of these things. So the fact that, I mean, of course, it's obvious that you can have a hero that's the first 2, but it's cool to notice that like one of the most popular heroes in history has all of these, and so maybe that's part of the reason why that resonates.
Well, he has to, and then I would just say the Prophet Muhammad has that directly. So he is a warrior. He's active. He fights in battles. He's actually a warrior objectively. He is a king. He ends up ruling this nation and establishes laws that don't exist before, right? He's a lover. He has a wife. He's got children, right? He's got grandchildren, and so then he's also a lawgiver like Moses. He comes and he's literally giving people that have no legal system a legal system, right? That's one thing that people don't understand, the difference between Christianity and Islam. One of the most central differences, Jesus is not actually a lawgiver in that sense. Moses is, because Moses is giving new rules, the Torah and these rules, and the Prophet Muhammad is. Jesus is born into a world where there's already laws. There's the Israelite laws from the Torah, right? But practically there's the Roman laws. He's living in a world where there's Roman soldiers and courts. And he actually says in the gospel, somebody comes up to him and says, can you resolve this dispute I'm having with my brother over property or something, right? And Jesus says, go in the gospel. He says, go to the court. It's not my problem. I'm not here for that. There's a court system, right? So he can go and there's like soldiers. That's how he gets arrested. There's a legal system that exists, right? And that doesn't exist in Moses because he's out there in the desert with nobody, right? At this mountain with nobody in charge except him. So he's got to give him rules, right? And the Prophet Muhammad is living in a world where there's no laws. There's literally no laws. It's just a libertarian free-for-all in the desert, right? Rich do whatever the hell they can afford to do. So he has to establish laws. So people always like, well, the Prophet Muhammad had this rule and that rule. Jesus did. Well, Jesus didn't have to establish a state. Jesus didn't need to. I mean, he had a state. He lived in a country. Moses and Muhammad didn't live in a country. They had to create a country.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Cameron, I was going to ask you about one thing that I was dealing with the story was how Mary became pregnant.
Oh, yes.
And so I had to actually include that in one of the stories, but I thought that it was fascinating by the time that I read your articles that you sent to me, that actually it is Gabriel who impregnates Mary in the Christmas story, according to Islam, by blowing into her sleeve.
Yeah, there's a physical action. He does not have intercourse with her, but there is an action.
Well, right, because I was thinking that there could be a telling of the story where there's something a bit more physical between Gabriel and the Virgin Mary.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be
the Islamic version.
Well, that also wouldn't fulfill the archetype of the miraculous birth.
So instead, we have the blowing of the sleeve.
Yes, the air, because he's the spirit of God. So breath is spirit. So that's it. Yeah, I mean, look, if one is not a believer in the tradition, one can interpret that to mean Gabriel is the father of Jesus. And I'm sure, and we know that critics of Christianity claimed, well, we don't know this. We know this for a fact, that Jesus had accusations of paternity his entire life. We know that from early sources because his critics, the Jewish sources we have that criticize Christianity from the 1st and 2nd century, called Jesus a mamzer, which is an illegitimate child. They call him that, right? The critics, and then you have, books like Toledat Yeshu and other stories in the Talmud that were done as Jewish criticisms of Christianity, because they're also being criticized by Christians and so they're responding with their own very ugly criticisms. They're getting ugly criticism, they're giving back, right? And so in these stories, Jesus, in those early Jewish stories, is the son of a Roman soldier. They even have a name, Panthera. They give him a name that Panthera impregnated Mary, and basically the people his family made up this miraculous story so she wouldn't get killed, but that he was the illegitimate son of a Roman soldier. And so, that's the story. And here's a fascinating thing. So there's this guy, James Tabor, who is a scholar of Christianity, right? And of early Christianity. And he went and he actually researched Roman archive to see if there was any soldier named Panthera in Jesus's time that would have been there. And he found one dude. He found a guy. He found this Lucius something Pandera, and he found the guy's grave in Rome. There's a Roman record of this guy being sent in a legion to Palestine at the time that Jesus would have been born. And he was like a local commander. He wasn't like a Joe, but he was somebody that people knew who this Pandera was, like this local sergeant or whatever. And then he comes back and he's got like a military burial. They found his gravestone, in Rome. And so obviously as a Muslim, I don't believe that version of the story, but that's the other version, that this is that this whole story is made up to cover up an illegitimate birth. And that's what critics of Christianity and Islam would say.
I want to bring another quote from this book, because he talks a lot about, so if anyone wants to reference this, it's on page 265 in the Hero of the Thousand Faces. He's talking about the commonality of these miraculous birth type stories throughout the world. And he says the story meaning like some sort of a miraculous birth. He's calling it a virgin birth, but I think that's the wrong phrase, because that's not all these characters are always necessarily virgins, but it's that they're not having intercourse. They're having a child some other way. So the story is recounted everywhere, and with such striking uniformity of the main contours that the early Christian missionaries were forced to think that the devil himself must be throwing up mockeries of their teaching wherever they set their hand. He gives an example from South America where there was some sort of what was it? It was some sort of an expectation of some supernatural being that was going to come. I'm trying to see what it was. It wasn't a god per se. The sun was going to, there was an incarnation coming. It was not yet coming to pass, but it was like the sun was going to, the sun was going to take the flesh in the womb of a virgin. So in this case, it is a virgin. And so someone was going to conceive by the rays of the sun. So there were a bunch of girls that were going out, letting themselves bask in the sunlight, hoping they were going to be the ones. And then one girl comes and she's like, "It happened. I'm pregnant. I've been pregnant because of the sun." And of course, it's hard not to be like, what's that? How? But that was the story. And that was something that happened that like these missionaries actually experienced, like at the time, like there was a girl claiming that, because this kind of a thing, that's just one anecdote, but one of my favorites is Cuchulainn, like from the Irish mythology. Of course, he had a very miraculous birth. There's a lot of examples throughout the stories of, someone ingests something or there, you know, a lot in Greek mythology, of course, with Zeus impregnates people all sorts of unique ways. But it's just an interesting motif that occurs a lot, and I think it's there's something about that means something psychologically in a way. I think a lot of
remember this. Who Jesus has historically been identified with the sun, right? With not just S-O-N, S-U-N, right? You know, he is in Christian. He's the shining light. He's the sun, as in the, and you know, even the choice of Sunday as the central day of Christianity, right? It's interesting if you look at it. There's a lot of mysticism in this, and you know, in Manly Hall, the great, you know, the guy who was his famous book. I'll remember his name, but he wrote this incredible book on the history of mysticism and religion that's really remarkable. And he talks about the choice of days of the religions, each reflecting a mystical truth, right? And so Islam, the holy day is Friday, right? Which in Roman and Greco-Roman culture, Friday was the day of Venus, right?
Okay.
And I'll explain what this means. So, and Judaism, the holy day is Saturday. And in Greco-Roman mysticism, Saturday was the day of Saturn, right? Okay. So Friday is Freya. Freya is, you know, the essential, the Norse equivalent of Venus, right? Friday, Freya's day.
Right. Is that Artemis? Or is that different? I'm getting
No. Well, Freya, who was one of the gods, one of the Norse goddesses, right, was seen as equivalent to Venus and Aphrodite.
And then what is the Greek word for Venus? Right.
Aphrodite.
Okay, thank you.
So that's Friday. That was the sacred day of Venus in the Roman calendar. The sacred day of the planet Saturn was Saturday, and Judaism was Saturday. And the sacred day of Sol Invictus, of the sun, was of Apollo, was Sunday. Let's call Sunday, right? And so he said, if you look at the three of them, if you actually look in their mystical teachings, you know, no Muslim would say, we worship Venus. We don't worship Venus. I mean, it's a planet, right? And so, but what you will see is this. What are the correspondences? Friday, the mystical correspondence of Venus is the color green. The color green is the color of Islam, right? It is the official color of Islam. It represents the green of paradise, right? Saturn Day, the color is black. So you will see in Orthodox Jewish tradition, the black clothes. Black is very much, you know, they use the black tefillin, right, which are phylacteries they use for worship. Black is very central to it, right? And Sunday, the color is yellow, right? And you'll see, if you look at a lot of the ritualistic elements of Christianity, especially Catholicism, gold is used throughout, like on the Pope's robes and all that stuff, right? And so there is a parallel to Jesus being the Son, which was also one of the selling points for somebody like Luke, who's trying to convince all these pagan Romans, this is basically a better version of your religion. You don't have to abandon this stuff. You worship the sun? Well, Jesus is the Son. Literally S-O-N and S-U-N. So come on over. And so that's the fascinating correspondence. So we talk about the virgins being sacrificed to the sun.
Well, they were hoping to be impregnated by the sun.
That
was similar in South America.
But so God impregnates Mary, the Son enters into the world. And so I mean, there are these mystical parallels that are not obvious until you look a little deeper.
That's really interesting. Yeah. Heath, any comments? I have more.
I don't have comments on that subject specifically. So,
or anything you want to talk to Cameron about before as his time is running out.
Yeah, we got about 10 minutes. So I
was going to say, you know, as I was writing about the Annunciation of Saint Gabriel to Mary, you inspired some part of this.
Oh, I'm very flattered.
And some of the conversation that happened here, I don't know if that you got in here, but according to when I was writing the story and I was trying to deal with this, and maybe later Brianna and I can talk more about this, but you know, according to when I was trying to adapt this story, I have two angels come down to Mary.
Okay.
And they're talking to her.
Okay.
And one of them is Sataniel. And this is the angel who had tortured Job previously.
Okay.
So the story becomes a dialogue between Gabriel and Sataniel Gabriel being this hero and Sataniel being the guy who is kind of suspect and had done all this terrible stuff to Job before. But when I wanted to have the conversation between Gabriel and Mary, there is the question about whether or not Mary was raped. Like, you do see this come up in some, especially feminist thought regarding the story. Like, was Mary raped? Was she actually able to consent to the impregnation? And so I wanted to address that subject. And of course, here I'm able to do that because I have a dialogue between two angels. I don't just have one angel.
So you can have a discussion of this issue between them.
Well, it's also to her, a discussion with her. So,
okay, so she could assent to it, saying, I'm good with it.
Yeah, she has to assent to it. According to this, she's going to have to assent to this. And so after Gabriel tells her that, hey, you can become with child, how can this be? Mary asked, I know no men. With God, all things are possible. This is Gabriel speaking. The Holy Spirit will impregnate you, Mary. Therefore, the child may also be called the Son of God. So that's that statement from Gabriel that comes up.
Right. Okay.
But then Sataniel, who is invisible in the room but can be heard, says the following. But then Sataniel spoke. He was still unseen, but Mary heard his voice. Know that you might also die, for the Holy Spirit is not to be trifled with. If you are not pure of heart, if you are not pure of heart and soul, it will strike you down. Okay. If this be not your will, Mary, the Lord our God will harden your heart so that you will have the strength to resist. I specifically recalled what you were talking about with Moses and Pharaoh.
Yeah.
Sataniel, because you were talking about the hardening of the heart being a reinforcement of the Pharaoh's will, which I had never heard before. So I brought this in and saying that, hey, Sataniel, the guy who tortured Job, is going to ensure that if Mary actually doesn't want to bear Jesus, that even though she's in a very vulnerable position with this perfect guy, actually, all of a sudden that shows up, the perfectly proportioned man who shows up in her house and says, you're about to have a child. If she doesn't want that, Sataniel and God are going to harden her heart and ensure that she can resist what Gabriel is saying.
Well, that's a very interesting, in-depth layer of storytelling that actually goes into all these issues. I will say that I think a lot of issues about consent were not common in the general cultural psychology of the time, right? But they are common today. And so it makes sense why someone would address them in retelling these kinds of stories. So yeah, I think you've done a remarkable job there.
Yeah, it would have been a lot more simple, probably, in the time these stories were written. Obviously to physically overpower someone would be seen as wrong, but then these complexities of consent are a bit more
but again, the idea of you have an 11-year-old girl, right? I mean you have an 11-year-old girl being married off to an 80-year-old dude, right? Today we would argue that she didn't have an ability to consent to that, right? Setting even aside the miraculous pregnancy, she's married to this Joseph character, right? And he's like 70 years older than her, right? And that's not how the people of that time would have thought about it. They wouldn't. I mean, I don't think that would have been a real, because the mothers would be like, she's not going to survive unless she has a protector in this world. Let's marry her.
They had different priorities.
Just I mean, and so the same way that people who criticize the Prophet Muhammad's marriage to Aisha, her age is indeterminate. There's some accounts that she was as young as 9. I think she was realistically actually 14 at least, because there's an account that she was on she was present on a battlefield where no one younger than 15 was allowed, and this was right after her marriage to the Prophet, and so we know she would have been a teenager. All we know is that no one in his lifetime criticized him for his marriage to Aisha. No one even thought about it. His enemies criticized him for lots of things. They didn't even notice that. They didn't even think about it, right? And so culture on these issues of consent and marriage and male, female, and reproduction, it's certainly people are talking about it. There may have been people that were upset about these things at the time, but it wasn't something you could talk about openly in cultures of the world in this time period.
Yeah, it is interesting to note. A lot of times we might think that certain moral issues like that, as if they were never discussed at all. I think they probably were, but it just wasn't like a dominant conversation. You can come. I'm not
sure they were taught a lot. I mean, in a desert world where where your
It's just not your
survival
priority.
rate is likely to age. If you get to 40, you're doing great. I mean,
Mhm.
people like reproduce at 11. You menstruated, marry her off right now. She'll have 3 kids by 2 years from now, right? And then maybe the tribe will survive. 2 of her kids will die, 1 of them will live, right? I mean, that's how they're thinking because they're dying of disease and being attacked all the time.
You're in a
It's just,
survival state, right? So you're going to have, it's just different priorities, and as
very hard for us.
as people get more comfortable in the world, we're able to think about more and more complex moral issues.
Exactly.
So we have the luxury to. I think that's a good way to put it. Like, we have the luxury to think about these in more complex ways that people maybe didn't have the bandwidth to think about that because they're dealing with a lot more.
And it would have been counterproductive. I mean, I think somebody arguing, in a desperate tribal situation, we have to marry our daughters off when they're 25. I mean, people don't live to 25 in this world. It wouldn't have even occurred to them. It's just practical.
Right.
It occurs to them when you have a nice suburban house and you can longer lifespan and choices and all these things that didn't exist. But going back to what Heath did here was this is an example of how storytelling evolves, which actually brings us back to Matthew and Luke, right? You are addressing the way you told the story, sensibilities of our current era, and rightly so, right? And I'm sure there's Christians today that, for example, every church I see out here in LA or go has a very beautiful pride flag out there. They're trying to tell people this is a friendly place for LGBTQ, right? And so 20 years ago, would they have been doing that? I don't know about that. Or same church, I don't know, right? And so, it's narratives change, narratives change as audiences change. So
and
now
and audiences change as the needs of society change. I think a lot of people misread that. There are things that happen that cause other things to happen. It all is like there's a lot of cause and effect.
Exactly. That's why Matthew has a certain kind of story. That's why Luke has a certain kind of story. That's why another version of that story didn't make it into the Roman Empire and then reappears as Islam, right? Because it was relevant to another group of people of that area. So that's the audience has evolved based on historical circumstances, and stories change as a result.
And interpretations of stories too.
Exactly. I mean, look, it's there's, you could go back to any of the biblical stories that, I think, look, I talk to devout Christian and Jewish friends who, and devout ones, serious one, not the standard, like, I don't take this religion seriously. I've talked to people who actually take the religion seriously because I'm interested in talking to them, right? And so, and then they look at they'll look at the Bible and, they'll find a lot of it troubling from the modern stances. I mean, the Bible's full of a lot of value systems, setting aside marriage, all stuff. I mean, there's mass, it's not even God killing everybody in a flood. I mean, the whole book of Joshua is about, the prophet Joshua killing all the Canaanites in every town he comes to. He kills the women, the children. He goes in the cribs and kills the babies, right? And the people who wrote that didn't see a moral problem with that. They didn't see any moral problem with wiping out the babies of your enemy. It didn't even occur to them, right? Some Christians and Jews today, I think most Christians and Jews today, they either ignore those texts or they face them and they have to deal with them, right? And so, the more extreme examples, the ones say, that's good. Let's keep doing that. That's what's happening. The Bible says, kill the beast.
And most people don't, which is, I think, of course, I'm saying this with my sensibility, but it's a positive, I think, reflection of kind of where we are socially, that like people are engaging with that.
It reflects a real conscience. It reflects actual search for faith, right? Muslims have the same thing. Like, my religion is criticized all day long, right? I mean, I have to listen to this crap since I was a kid, right? And so eventually you decide, well, what do you believe when people are telling you your religion sucks, your prophet was this and that, and pedophiles, horrible things, right? They eventually go and go, well, I believe this, right? But you have to figure it out because the challenge is being presented to you, right? And I actually think, it's very useful for me to be a minority in this culture because I'm being challenged all the time and being told that what I've got going is not a good thing, right? That the majority culture's religion and things are better. And as a result, and then I come back and I critique the majority culture, it gets people really offended, right? Like literally they don't feel the need to read the Bible and do this inner grasp for the most part because they're in the majority culture that doesn't have to look back at the book of Joshua killing babies. They don't have to think about it. But they're like, your Quran says this. I'm like, well, yeah, the Quran also says this, right? I have to defend it. And so the majority culture never has to. But that's what's happening, though, is where Heath is going, because the majority culture is changing. Demographics are changing.
It actually is looking like Christianity will
Yeah.
not be the majority. Like, we're on track for that.
Yeah, exactly. In a couple more generations, right? Without 50 years. And so we're evolving towards that. White people ain't going away. They're just not going to become 80% of culture, right? And so storytelling is going to change. As a result of the storytelling.
I don't know if this feels slightly off topic, but I just want to mention it because it does seem to me like I'm observing what I'm seeing happening with Christianity in the West. Is it does seem like it's responding to that. It's like it's declining, and so you kind of have to adapt or die in a certain way. Like, you have to engage with these things, kind of like what you're saying. Like, you start to become the minority if people are starting. If you're if you're starting to be challenged, like, you have to then defend it, or you have to change how you're seeing things. Like how you're interpreting
exactly, and there's a blessing in that.
Yeah.
And remember, what is Christianity? What is what Jesus was? Jesus is a minority in his own world, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's born with questions about his paternity, so he's already socially a reject. Right? We know that his paternity is being questioned. The Quran tells us that. The Bible tells us that, right? That people question his paternity from his birth. That haunted him his whole life. So he's already an outsider. He's a minority. And then the Christians, initially the Nazarenes, are a minority in Judaism. And then under Paul, they become completely out of Judaism, but they're a minority in Roman culture. And so the minority identity is where their passion and their flame comes from, right? One can argue that Christianity became a very different religion when it was mandated as the majority. By the time Constantine makes it the official religion, it had become nearly the majority of society. And so it wasn't that hard. He could have done it 100 years before, but it becomes all the people that criticize Christianity as an imperial religion, you go back to the 200 AD imperial religion, we're getting our butts kicked. What are you talking about? We're all hiding, whether I'm a Jewish Christian or a Pauline Christian, everyone's trying to kill us, right? An imperial religion that's kicking over their countries and fighting wars, that was incomprehensible to Christians for about 300 years, right? Islam had a different experience because Muslims conquered and they took over 10 years after the Prophet's death. They rule half the planet. So they have a different historical experience.
Right.
So we probably should start winding it down. And I see some wonderful people like my friend US Dutch Kitty and other smart people who I hadn't seen the chat before. Now we're winding it down. So welcome.
Yes. We got lots of people here. Well, I don't know. I have more to say, though I know you may have to go, Cameron. I have some more things to say. If Brianna, you can stay around for.
I do have to go. Sadly. So, is there any last thing you want me to address before I go?
Is there anyone in the chat or?
Well, okay. This is the question I would lead into Brianna with. That when I read the Nativity story, what am I supposed to get out of that?
What is your take?
That's what I've been trying to really grapple with.
Let me give you my thing. It actually goes back to why does it matter in Islam? Why does Islam even need a nativity story, right? And I think that goes back to why does anybody need a nativity story? Why, right? Mark didn't think you needed one. Mark starts off his gospel with John. So does the Gospel of John starts off with John the Baptist, right? So why does this story matter? Why is it important? Why did the Ebionites amongst the Jewish Christians say, there's no virgin birth, you don't need it? And why did the Nazarenes say, yes, it did happen and you do need it? Even amongst the Jewish Christians, they had two versions of it. So, and why did the Ebionite version not win out? Because if one thinks of Islam as a continuation of Ebionite Christianity, right? Well, the Ebionites didn't believe in the virgin birth, but Islam does. And so the Nazarenes, the other Jewish Christians, is really what Islam, is parallel to. So that story won out. The Ebionites lost. So why does this story matter? And I think it goes back to the idea of wonder. I think it's a wonder story. I think the very idea of the virgin birth, the archetype of the virgin is someone that is pure, that is, and it goes back to, I think that the story, in a symbolic way to interpret the Genesis story of the snake and the temptation of Eve, right? Because we don't actually have that version of the story in the Quran. In the Quran, it's Satan tempts Adam, and Adam tempts Eve. It's the other way around. It's flipped. Satan makes Adam fall and Adam makes Eve fall. It's the opposite. But in the biblical tradition, the serpent tempts Eve, who tempts Adam, right? Okay. So, and I would argue that is a symbolic story, or at least the symbolism of the story is actually about awakening sexuality. The Adam and Eve prior to this incident are essentially children. They're not aware they're naked. Like little children run around, 2-year-old children, 3-year-old, they don't care. They're naked. They don't have any shame of it.
I'm smiling because I in one of the stories that I'm going to have you read, Cameron, I specifically used that motif as a signal for sexuality. Is the snake? Yeah.
One could take it all to Hindu cosmology. The snake is the tantric. It's the energy of tantra. The snake energy going up. Kundalini rising up your spine is seen as a snake, and that's the awakening of sexual energy towards spirituality. One could take those symbolisms, but I think that's what it is. It's ultimately, once they eat the fruit, what is the fruit of forbidden knowledge? It is the fruit of being aware of sexuality. They become aware that they're naked, right? They became aware of male and female. They become aware of reproduction, and they go from childhood to adulthood. And there's a loss in that. There's a terrible loss in that. I wish I could go back to being to death. Right. Puberty is a loss. I wish I could go back to the simplicity of children I see playing in the street, right? That are not aware of suffering, and because the awareness of reproduction is awareness of death as well. That's why I needed reproduction to replenish what is dead, right? So children aren't aware of death, and they're just alive. So there's a loss in that. Children are immortal. They're shahid. They're witnesses. They're eternal witnesses to the now, right? And so for me, the story of a virgin giving birth is about the idea that there is within our hearts the longing to not give up that pristineness of our eternal child. So it is a child, essentially an 11, 12-year-old girl who is not sexually penetrated. She just miraculously has a baby. So a child has a child. And in this, like the Islamic tradition and in the Christian tradition, they're both immaculate. They both are conceived without sin in both of our religions, right? It's because so they go back to being beautiful, innocent children. It's the lineage of innocence to innocence, right? It is something we long for because we can't have it. And that's why I think in the Islamic tradition, that's what goes back to why is Jesus even necessary to be from a virgin birth? It's because there is something more than matter, which includes reproduction. There is something more primordial than that, which is innocent life, which is before life and death and reproduction. And Jesus symbolizes that. And that's what I think this is the immortal call of the story. And that's why it will never go away. On that note. All right, my friends, God bless everyone. Before I jump, I'm going to throw in my Patreon. Some people can join Patreon. We have these kinds of great conversations there.
Yes. Thank you for joining.
I'll bring that up on the screen. Sable Phoenix says, member for 6 months. Huge thanks to Cameron for coming on tonight to give us each an enlightening and fascinating discussion of Islam. Very educational and appreciated. And yes, if you want to connect with Cameron in more detail, his Patreon is the place to be.
I just finally have joined the cult myself. I am now part of the Kamran Pasha.
And you can affirm that it's actually a pretty cool place with really interesting conversations, right? Yes, it's not just like, why would anyone join a Patreon? It's because we're having the most sophisticated conversations amongst intelligent, honest people with a broad range of political beliefs, spiritual beliefs, talking about Hollywood. And every now and then I get like a few scoops of things that I'm hearing from my friends in the industry, which I think are kind of cool. But it's become a lively community of several hundred people, and I hope you'll join us. All right. On that note,
we're going to continue here, but Cameron, thank you so much.
No one goes. Stick around. Yes, no one goes. Stick around. I will watch the past 2-hour point or 3-hour point later to see what I missed.
All right. We're going to keep going here because I've got some comments on what I think I'm supposed to be getting out of the Christmas story, and it was not that.
All right, guys. God bless everyone. Peace. All right. I gotta go get some food. Take care, everyone. Everyone stick around here. Hit the like button, subscribe, and continue the conversations. Peace, everyone.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
Good night, Cameron. Well, that was amazing.
That was so deep. That was a very fun, like, just everyone just in rapture. Just like, please tell me more, Cameron. Like,
yes, listen to Cameron speak for yes.
And that's one of the, like, I've done a lot of what do you call it? Like comparative religious studies. But one of my like major religions that I haven't gone into depth is Islam. And it's one that I need to do soon. So pretty much all that was new for me. So yeah, that's one of the important ones I'm painfully ignorant on, and I really want to fix that soon. So, so I can talk about Hinduism, I can talk about Buddhism, I can talk about paganism. There's my little Artemis right there. But anyway,
I was actually went so that with the cross. I was actually going to ask you that, but we didn't have time in the morning. So that's Artemis this morning, or this before the stream. So that's a statue of Artemis with the bow.
Artemis, yes, with a bow and with a deer. Usually she sits right where the camera is sitting right now. You guys are actually not on a desk. My desk, I have an office space in a different part of my house, but I convert my room into because it looks better. It's more photogenic than my actual office area. But usually she sits right here. And so I've been moving her. Usually I just put her on the floor when I'm doing these live streams. And I was like, I can put her behind me. So I started doing that. But yes. All right, you lead. Because I still have stuff on this level, the Joseph Campbell notes, but we'll go to that whenever you want to.
Well, I can attack what I was trying to get out of what I thought we should get out of the Christmas story as I was reading it. But I want to know, so we can continue the Joseph Campbell thing first, because one thing that is there is this idea of an origin story of the hero.
Yes.
But if that's all that it is, why should I care?
I mean, it's almost like asking why you should care about any hero. I mean, obviously, this particular hero is one that is one of the most important ones. It's resonated. It's one of the most major, world religions. So there's a lot that I'm sure that's going on there. But I don't know. Do you want to go? Do you want me to bring some more Joseph Campbell quotes, or
Jordan Fuzz asked a fantastic question. I wanted the same thing. I want to have him on the show to game master something as well. Jordan Fuzz says, "I wonder how it'd be with Cameron as a game master for a tabletop RPG." I wonder the exact same thing. He does. He has played Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know if he plays currently, but I talked to him and he says that he had played Dungeons and Dragons. So, I think he played Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, I know it would. I like maybe on. Dinner and a board game one night. Maybe on dinner and a board game one night, Cameron can DM us through through a one shot. That would be fantastic. That's another show I do. Another channel, dinner and a board game. So maybe dinner and a board game. That would be something that could happen.
Cross pollination going on there.
Yes, cross pollination. All right. So if I'm supposed to understand this, we'll go ahead and start with this, then I will attack later. If we're supposed to understand this as a hero origin story, what else am I supposed to know about this?
Well, I'll just go through each of these notes that I have. So he has a whole chapter. I'll show you guys what it looks like on the virgin birth with this weird picture. So one of his ideas that I think is interesting, at least it's a good conversation starter. I'll just read this out. He says, in mythologies emphasizing the maternal rather than the paternal aspect of the creator, this original female, what is he saying by what does original female mean? I guess that's just, that's like the mother universe, like kind of the archetypal, mother, creator, mother. So this original female fills the world stage in the beginning, playing the roles that are elsewhere assigned to males. And she is a virgin because her spouse is the invisible unknown. So he's drawing a connection with the sort of, archetypal, what do you call it? Like the mother of the universe, the mother of creation, kind of an archetype, and how that one must be a virgin, because if you have like the female spirit that is birthing the universe, then there is no male aspect. It's just like an asexual, creation of world and of deities and mortals and all that kind of stuff. And so that you can have, if you have like this sort of a supreme, any sort of a like really sacred female character, I suppose, that is being elevated, might have sort of a bit of that archetype in them, like a little bit of that touch of this divine, the divine female, maybe the divine feminine, maybe that's the right phrase for that. And that it would make sense for that kind of a person to be a virgin for that reason. I don't know how does that strike you? We're just getting started, but
I didn't completely understand that I didn't completely understand the point. I'm sorry.
So we're just talking about the divine feminine in general. So we're saying like in some religions you have it's a male creator, and in others it's a female creator, and he's comparing some of the differences between where you're talking about like if you have like the male aspect that is creating the universe, you might have certain kind of patterns. But he's saying if you have the female, like this feminine energy that is, you know, the origin of all life, origin of the universe, then that character is going to naturally be a virgin, because there's because that if you're birthing out, you know, the universe or whatever. Does that make sense? So give an example in like the Kalevala. I don't know how you say that one.
This is a feminine origin story, because we're talking about that because it comes from the feminine. So this is the Virgin Mary that should be taking these archetypical.
Yes, potentially. Okay. So that's one of the connections that he makes. The way he writes is very like he doesn't lay out exactly what he's saying. Sometimes he just kind of mentions these things, and you're supposed to like draw the connection between. That's the connection I'm drawing. That's what I think he's talking about. So then he goes and he just gives a bunch of stories from different parts of the world of like these, you know, mother of creations, mother universe. The next thing I marked here. So then he talks about. So then he has on this page 264. We've got the womb of redemption. Let's see what was there here. Sorry. Yeah, so he's talking. So here he's talking again about virgin birth. So he's not talking about like, you know, a goddess that's ruling the world. Now he's talking about these more local kind of myths of a specific, you know, really important woman that will have some sort of is birthing a hero, or birthing some sort of, or it could be, it doesn't have to be a hero. It could be a demon. It could be a monster, just some sort of important figure. And he says, her womb remaining fallow as the primordial abyss summons to itself by its very readiness the original power that fertilized the world. I wrote next to it, what? I'm going to read that again. Her womb remaining fallow as the primordial abyss summons to itself by its very readiness the original power that fertilized the world, or fertilized the void. So I think that's what the connection is that he's making, is that he thinks that one of the reasons why you have these, you know, virgin births is that, you know, we're saying that like this character is fulfilling that archetype that is similar to this goddess that's birthing the world, kind of a thing. It's very convoluted to me. Part of me is like, I don't know if I'm convinced by that or not, but it's interesting. But what do you think about that so far? He blinks multiple times.
I don't know.
This is what it's like reading this book. Just giving you a heads up.
All right. Well, we're going to go through this book, and we're going to do the entire. Yeah, we're going to do the whole hero's journey.
The hero's journey part of it, yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah, here. Let me just read this. Let me just read this paragraph real quick. This is 267. So this is folk stories of virgin motherhood. He says the Buddha descended from heaven to his mother's womb in the shape of a milk-white elephant. The Aztec. Oh God, I don't know how to say this one. Quetzalcoatl. That was my best attempt. I'm so sorry. She of the serpent-woven skirt was approached by a god in the form of a ball of feathers. The chapters of Ovid's Metamorphoses swarm with nymphs beset by gods in sundry masquerades. Jove as a bull, a swan, a shower of gold. Any leaf accidentally swallowed, any nut, or even the breath of a breeze may be enough to fertilize the ready womb. The procreating power is everywhere, and according to the whim or destiny of the hour, either a hero savior or a world-annihilating demon may be conceived. One may never know. So he's kind of just referencing all, like I said, like you literally, I don't even know that you could count how many stories are out there of a miraculous birth that happens. Like someone who swallows something, or someone like, breath breathed on or whatever. Like there's so many stories like that. Yeah, he tells another story of someone in this one. He tells a story from a folktale from Tonga, where there's someone who she's not a virgin in this one, because she has a husband, so it's not virgin motherhood, but there is still like that kind of a magical thing that happens where this important person is born. So that's why I'm like, I don't really feel like the overall term for this is virgin birth. Seems to me like the right term is just like miraculous birth or something like that. Divine. I put a bunch of options: divine birth, procreation without intercourse, magical procreation, supernatural birth, something like that. I think miraculous is a good one. But so there are a lot of those, and it seems like. So what he really gets into, what I think is the most interesting aspect of this, like what is the pattern of having like some sort of a miraculous birth in a story, in some sort of a mythic story. And so he has on 274, 275, he's talking about the childhood of the hero. And one of the things that he's talking about is this sort of contrast with two different types of heroes. So sometimes herohood is achieved, right? Like you think about the classic hero's journey, it's more of it's an achievement. It's something that you're going out to do. But and other times the herohood is something that is predestined. And that is when, according to him, that is when you will have a miraculous birth. So it's not just like this hero, there's a call to adventure and the hero goes out and they answer the call, blah, blah, blah. Instead, it's like, it's not just that they're being called, it's that they have been set. Like the universe has been set, that this person is special. And it's starting from their birth. So it seems to be that's sort of the narrative role of these types of stories of talking about some sort of miraculous birth. It's to set apart that hero and say that they are very, very special. They've been chosen by God or by the gods or by whatever. They've been chosen in some way, and that they are going to, it's almost like it's something that they're not able to escape. Let's see. I'll read this one too. But the makers of legend have seldom rested content to regard the world's great heroes as mere human beings who broke past the horizons that limited their fellows and returned with such boons as any man with equal faith and courage might have found. On the contrary, the tendency has always been to endow the hero with extraordinary powers from the moment of birth, or even in the moment of conception. The whole hero life is shown to have been a pageant of marvels, with the great central adventure at its culmination. So, yeah, that's really intriguing to me. And some examples of that too.
Why is this intriguing to you?
Because I think it kind of categorizes these types of stories as like a certain type of hero, right? That is one of the things that Jesus is. Jesus is not just any sort of person that no one could have, only he could have done what he did, right? But of course, the one thing that I would then say and potentially disagree with this is that, like, there are other supernatural births. I'm thinking in Greek mythology in particular, like supernatural conceptions, and I don't think that they were that the people that were born were always like really important heroes. But they were usually like demigods or something. But I think maybe it's the amount that conception is emphasized, and also adding other miracles around it. So I thought the Islamic version of, or the Quranic, maybe is a better word, the Quranic version of the nativity story was really fascinating, because it had a lot of those things about, like, there were miracles not just in terms of her conception, but during the birth itself, like with the palm tree, that was dead, then coming to life. Also, the fact that the baby Jesus could speak. That's a really common one. Like, you see that kind of thing in a lot of stories about, like, really important heroes. They can do things that only adults could do, like starting from a very young age. Cahoon, I mentioned that one. He's a great example, because he's a warrior. He's a very like renowned warrior in Irish mythology. and he like I think he's like 4 years old, and he like kills a bunch of people or something. Like he's like this tiny little child, and he goes and he like is in battle and he defeats a bunch of people. It's like absurd almost, but like you see that a lot in these types of stories. In the infancy gospel, for example, that talks about Jesus, there's a lot more of those too. He's a child, but he's doing all these miracles. I think that's a common motif of these like predestined heroes, ? Maybe that's what differentiate, like that's why you would want to tell these kinds of miraculous birth / miraculous childhood type stories, potentially. I don't know, what do you think?
Okay, I feel like it's still not answering the question that I was trying to grapple with when I read this.
Well, yes, this is technically not. I know, kind of a different question.
So yeah, what's the, like when I read the Christmas story and I'm trying to figure out what am I supposed to get out of it? Saint Matthew is very clear that this child is going to be born and it is going to lead to unimaginable horror. And that's what I tried to grapple with in my story. According to Greek Orthodox traditions, 144,000 children, 2 years and boys, 144,000 boys, 2 years and younger are going to be dead. And I tried to think about what's it like to walk through a field of 144,000 butchered children, 2 years and younger, who have been torn apart because a king does not want to be displaced on his throne. What is it like to deal with that kind of butchery? And St. Matthew is very clear. Like I said, this child is born, and as a consequence, the massacre of the innocents is going to happen, and you are going to have absolutely horrific horror inflicted upon the world. Why?
I don't think, well, I don't think, I mean, that's, I think that is like you and I reading that will, have that conclusion. But as we were talking about earlier, I don't think that's at all what the original author of Matthew was saying. What he was saying, like what Cameron was talking about, how he was writing to people that were experiencing that kind of injustice. They were experiencing this, all sorts of terrible things, and they were being persecuted. So they needed a story that had that kind of darkness in it. And I guess the perspective of the storyteller and perhaps the perspective of the people reading it would have been that, the heroes, the ones that we're rooting for, they escaped.
Yeah, but the others didn't. So if you were trying to tell this story to that group of people and they need to hear a horrific story, what's that's it, that the good people escaped? Yes, I know that 144,000 is a symbolic number. Let's say that it was only, and that's why I grappled with that in the story. Let's say it was only 30. Let's say that the soldiers only grabbed 30 children from the breasts of their mothers. And I even tried to grapple with, what do the mothers do when their children are killed? The soldiers probably had to kill some mothers because the mothers might have been trying to stop the deaths of the children. The fathers, unarmed. What I'm trying to deal with this, like as I'm trying to deal with this in my head, even if it's only 30 kids, a father, like my child is about to be cut apart and killed, who's 1 year old, and he's trying to stop that. Probably some fathers got killed too, which is why in my story, you've got fathers laying there dead, desperate, trying to reach their kids. Okay, so you're trying to tell this, you're saying that, listen, we've got Jesus here. A hell of a lot of people are going to die, and it's going to be extremely traumatic, and it's going to be innocents who die. But it's good for what reason?
I still think you're asking really good questions that I also agree with. I think these are questions that we should ask, but I don't think those are the questions that, like, if you're looking at the story and how it was intended and like what it was accomplishing, I don't think that's the kind of things people were asking or thinking about. There's a little bit of a modern perspective.
Not only that, let me start you. Not only that, but it's not a question that we grapple with today.
No, I
I've
agree.
never dealt with that in any Christian denomination that I had been a part of, which is why I thought that we needed to address that head on in a story. Because when I read the Christmas story, as I was talking about the very beginning of this live stream, when we have this amalgamation of stories, we did end with the wise men and the wise men going another way. As a 3-year-old, I never learned about 2-year-olds being massacred. I
Well,
never
why would you
talk
talk about that with a
in
3-year-old?
church. That's not something real. So you're saying that this is, but I'm saying this is a present part of the story. You're saying it's not something they wanted to grapple with at the time, but yet they wrote it in the story, and it's also something we don't grapple with today. Why? What does it actually mean to grapple with what the gospel according to St. Matthew is actually telling us?
Because I'm confused by the question. Ask it another way. Because I feel like we kind of already have with what the intention of the author was doing, right? I want to bring one other thing in. I just looked down and I saw I had a note that was relevant to this, because there's another archetype that you have in these kinds of stories is an infant exile and return. Like that happens, of course, with Moses. Of course, the author may have been intentionally making that reference.
That's one of the purposes, as
Right.
I have said, the inclusion of the massacre of the innocents, I believe, is an intentional tie of Jesus to Moses with the death of the children in Egypt.
Right.
That seems obvious to me.
Right. But yeah, so there's something that there's two levels of looking at a story, right? And a very modern way, which I think is what we should do. I'm not saying this as a criticism, but a modern way of looking at a story is kind of like taking it in, I want to say almost like a literalistic sense. Like, okay, what if all these things really happen? What are the implications of this morally? Blah, 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 blah. Like that's one of the things that you're doing, which is good. But
no. I don't think it's important whether or not that massacre actually happened.
Hold on.
I don't think that. I think as I'm reading Matthew.
I haven't finished my thought.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just saying there's another way of interacting with these kinds of stories, which is, I'm trying to think the right way to say it. It's not surface level, but it's more on the level of archetypes. So you're not thinking through it's more about like what is it accomplishing as a story in terms of its psychological, emotional, I guess moral implication too, because you're talking about a moral implication as well. But like that's kind of how I'm looking at it at the moment. I'm just saying that like this story is fulfilling these archetypes that occur a lot in these, birth of hero type stories or childhood of hero type stories. And that may be functionally what is happening, why the story is being told in this particular way. It's not a story about the slaughter of the innocents that's on the side, but yours is. And so of course you're taking the story and you're interacting with it in a different way than I think the original writer and the original audience were interacting with it. And that's fine. That's a good thing. But I just think that should be noted. Like the questions you're asking, I don't think were questions that they were asking or that the author was wanting people to ask. But it's a very valid thing to ask, which is what I appreciate about your story. But I think we're engaging with it in a different way than they were. Does that make sense?
I think you could say, listen, these things are just added into this, that we put in the massacre of the innocents because I wanted the archetypical element of this and the connection to Moses. And so don't think about it too much. Let's just go.
Kind of.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. Like, this is not something that we're supposed to be thinking about.
Or that's not the part they're thinking about. Like
but, Robert said, you have to go to the end of the story to know why the hero's miraculous origin matters, or else it cannot carry through. Mm-hmm. Else, like you said, why does it matter? Yet I am still confused, because this story is a very interesting one in that we know the ending, even though we are in the middle of it. Right? I mean, I know the end of the story because that tells us in the book of Revelation. It tells me the end of the story. I know the end of the story, even though I am still living in the middle of it, because that's what.
Oh, you mean the end of a Christian, like the entire Christian story? I was confused.
Well, I think that's what Robert was talking about, that I have to know the end of the story. So what is the end of it? Which I think is valid. I think it's valid. That I have to understand the book of the Revelation to understand the Christmas story. I think that's valid.
I disagree with that, though, because again, if we're looking at this from a story from the perspective of the original authors, you would just look through the end of that gospel. That's the archetype, because who wrote that's someone else that wrote that. Like that's a different.
Okay, so that's a difference in what is the end of the story. Do you mean that I have to understand the end of Matthew to understand the birth of Christ according to Matthew? Or do you mean that I have to understand the book of Revelation in order to understand the birth of Christ. Okay.
I think because the latter is an interpretation that's more theology, though if the former is looking at it as literature, as like, okay, what did this particular author intend?
I would take that as literature. That but if I read to the end, so this is a question. If I read to the end of Book of Matthew, do I understand why the massacre of the innocents had to happen?
Well, no. Again, I don't think that's something that the original text is engaging with.
Okay,
like at all.
And why, if it doesn't engage with it, why is it included?
Because we needed to have a reason why this character that we all know is from Nazareth is the Messiah, when the Messiah is supposed to be born in Bethlehem. That's the whole point.
But that doesn't have anything to do with the massacre of innocents.
Yes, it does. The massacre occurs as it's a form of danger that that forces Joseph, Mary, and Jesus to flee, and so they flee to Egypt. And then it's such a horrible situation. It's such a huge danger that they still don't go back there, even when Herod is dead and it's just his son. That they're still afraid to go back there, and so then they go to Nazareth. That's the whole point of why that exists. It is a device to get Jesus to Nazareth from Bethlehem, and that's why that exists originally. Like that is the point of it narratively.
Okay. I mean, if that was it, that could be accomplished in different ways as well. I mean,
sure. That was how I say how this author did it, but it's a lot of these stories were, they were oral traditions that were going around for decades before they were written down. So this one was probably one of those ones that was being told. And so that's why a lot of these oral stories have these elements of they hit certain emotional beats and they resonate with people, and that's why they remember them. So sometimes it's going to be like these more horrible details are more memorable, and they might get worse with each retelling too. So you have that element sometimes with oral stories. It's like the things that resonate the most emotionally, that have the most impact, that are most memorable. Those are they will get more dramatic with each retelling in a sense. And then when you finally write it down, it's going to be something that's very emotionally rich. So, of course, having a bunch of children being slaughtered is memorable. But yeah, I really do think that is why that exists. Luke is accomplishing that same narrative goal, but he's doing it instead, or not narrative goal, but just the general problem he's trying to solve. He does it with the census instead. So he sends them to Bethlehem, and then they come back, and it's much less horrifying solution.
The massacre of the innocents didn't get them to Bethlehem.
It got them from Bethlehem to Nazareth. That's the point.
It got them from Bethlehem to Nazareth, but like when I was writing the story, like you could have had Gabriel also have them get every other boy also to Egypt. It wasn't necessary for them all to be killed. Like that's an obvious thing as you're writing it. Like, wait a minute, if you've got an angel in Bethlehem, why does he only get Jesus out? Why doesn't he also get the other boys who are 2 years old out? They could have all gotten out of Egypt. And then, yes, they could have all been scared because Herod's son is on the throne and gone to Nazareth. It's not a necessary component that you go through the massacre of the innocents.
Not necessary if we're talking kind of theologically, because there I do agree with you.
It's not necessary narratively either, because I mean, every time I'm not writing great theology. I'm just writing a story, and I'm like, it was not. If I want people to go from one place, then to run to Egypt, then to go to someplace else, I don't have to have a massacre. Okay, in the middle of those. That's not necessary narratively.
Necessary is the wrong word, though. Again, it's not, someone isn't sitting here like carefully, creating something from scratch. They're telling a story that they've heard, and someone is telling that from someone that they heard. It's like, these are oral traditions that then got written down. And so I think that is a fantastic thing that you're doing with your story. But I think to study the original story in the intent that it was written, in the intent that it was created, however you want to say that, like it's not necessarily a helpful question, but it is a good question.
I think it must have been intended to be that way if it is written that way.
Intended to be which way? What do you mean?
That when I'm reading the narrative, you're like, how was it intended to be? It must have been intended the way that it's written.
But it's a combination. Like, I feel like I'm repeating myself. I don't know if we're on the same page. Like, again, it's a combination of someone hearing stories, oral stories that have been told a million times, and writing them down, and then also choosing the the way to tell that and a way to accomplish whatever it is, you know, what their audience is, whatever it is that they're trying to do with that story. So it's both of those things are happening at once. So a detail like that could be there because that's what the person heard and that's what they're writing down. And it may have been repeated because it's memorable for whatever reason and it resonated with the audience. Some of these things are kind of more gutsy than brainy, I feel like, when it comes to
I mean, maybe that is the answer. But on the other hand, I tend to think that people writing 2,000 years ago were a lot like people today. So if I think about that as that's written down, it doesn't matter if that my mother said this and then my grandmother said this and my mother said this and great, and I'm writing it down and I go, man, this doesn't make any sense. Why does this have to happen this way? I don't think that the cognitive capability of me and that person is all that different. That person must
it's not different, but it's
reason to write that down. It could have been like, listen, this doesn't make any sense. I'm just going to write it down because this is what my great-great-grandmother told me. But on the other hand, it might be the other way. And I don't know. We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're collecting these, like, why don't we engage with that part of the story?
Because that was not a priority at the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. We've gone in a circle.
Yes.
But I will also say when Robert is talking about you have to go to the end of the story in order to understand why all of this was necessary. I engage with that as well because I don't understand why all of this is necessary. This seems like a really weird thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're an all-powerful God to go through the whole Jesus story, this sounds kind of weird.
Well, again, I think that is kind of more of a theological engagement, which I'm on this. I agree with you on that. There's a reason why I have the beliefs that I do, because I'm and that's kind of a different conversation, but it is part of what your story deals with. So I guess it could.
It is a different kind of thing because when you read that, I mean, you're right. So, but
because the whole substitutionary atonement theory itself, I find to be pretty.
Hey, let me put it to you this way. If you wrote the Jesus story, and then you sent it to me, because you said, hey, this is what I'm going to be putting out as my next film.
Well, I wouldn't have written that. So.
I know, but if you did, okay, let's say Bob, okay, forget you. Bob
random person
writes the Christmas story, writes the Jesus story, sends it to me, and says, what do you think, Heath? One of the things I would say is, why is an all-powerful God going to all this trouble? Seems like a gigantic plot hole.
But Heath, this is a religious story. It doesn't function in the same kind of way. Like
I know.
You have to have faith.
I'm still
God works in mysterious ways.
How you engage with it.
That's really a theological question.
From it?
What? Sorry, say that again.
What are you supposed to learn from it? What are you supposed to get out of it? And that's what I'm trying to ask myself, because I'm not someone who is dismissive of religious texts and what you are to get out of the story. Like if we've talked about that even on this channel before, that a lot of the times we might have religious texts from a variety of traditions that are distilled knowledge that are handed down to us. And even if we don't actually believe that religion or don't believe that it's literally true, there's some moral thing, that we are supposed to get out of this.
Right.
Even if we're atheists. And when I read the nativity story, I'm wondering what I'm supposed to get out of it.
Well, I mean, in that kind of, I'll just kind of, Cameron was able to bring his own personal opinions about his beliefs. So I think it's fair enough if both of us do too. Because I mean, this is part of the reason why I'm not a Christian anymore. It's not simply because I don't believe in God. I genuinely don't personally agree with a lot of the moral teachings of the Bible, at least as I read them. I think other Christians are Christians that would have the same critiques that I have, and they interpret the Bible differently. And I completely respect that. I respect anyone that's going to live a moral life, however they justify that. But, for me, I find that to be I don't personally see the God of the Bible the way he's portrayed in the Old Testament or in the New Testament is really one that I think is very moral. That's my personal feelings as I study the Bible. But yeah, I mean that's kind of where you're getting more into the theology and what you believe in, whether or not you find these stories to have moral value. I'm mixed on that myself, on whether or not in the modern age I'm going to be able to find real moral meaning in these stories. And that's the large reason why I'm not a Christian. So, but other people interpret them differently. This is me trying to be as fair as I can, but yeah, that's kind of what I would say to all that.
Okay. I mean, it's possible, for instance, that Robert would say that in order to understand the value of the Christmas story, what I have to do is I have to understand Easter. That the reason why the Christmas story is so important is because of a perfect sacrifice at Easter. And that all of this is happening that in order that if you just read that it's possible, I guess it's possible for somebody to say, if you just read the Christmas story, if you read St. Luke and St. Matthew, it might be a fun story to read on Christmas, but there's no real moral value in it. That we don't get something fantastic. We don't get any type of life lesson out of this by reading this Matthew and Luke. But if you read the entire Gospels and you understand the Easter story, and particularly if you're thinking there has to be a perfect divine sacrifice and so forth, then by the time you understand the story of Easter, you will understand why you had to actually read Christmas. Okay, that's possible. I mean, that's possible, right? That, because the Easter won't work if Jesus wasn't born of a virgin.
Yeah, because we are technically reading these parts of a story. We're talking about the nativity story. The nativity story is part of a story, or the nativity stories are part of, you know what I'm saying?
Sable says, Heath, no birth is bloodless. Adam
wasn't born.
I know. So he's there and it required no blood. Right? And that is in the context of this mythology, right?
Right.
So if now that is interesting, Sable. If the death of all the innocents is supposed to be an allegory for blood birth, the blood of birth, I mean, that would be interesting. That you can't have someone born without blood spilled. Like that would be interesting. I've never
feels
heard
like a stretch to me, though. It doesn't feel like I get that naturally out of the text, but
yeah, I don't know that I'm getting that either, Sable. That I'm supposed to equate the death of the innocents with the blood spilt in birth pains or something.
Yeah, I still just see it as a narrative device, but that brings up all these moral questions about of which you address in very interesting ways in your story about basically about free will and about God's will and how it can be good when it's using horror and stuff like that. And I think those are good questions to ask.
Well, Cameron said toward the end about what a fantastic story it was.
Well, that's not the slaughter of the innocent. Like the fantastic one is Luke.
If you ignore that,
but Luke doesn't have that. So if you want the happy Christmas story, that's Luke.
and even
not Matthew.
And Truby. I mean, Truby also says this, that the most fantastic story ever told is that of Christ. That when I read and that's why it's so powerful. And so that was a big part of Truby's work. That the reason why he talks about Christianity so much is because this is the most fantastic story ever told. So if this is so powerful and so fantastic,
I don't know if I can accept that. I feel
okay. I mean, we don't have to accept that. I'm just saying that we have been through Truby's work, and that through some of Truby's work, and we go through more. And when he talks about that, he is saying that a basis of his work is how fantastic the Christmas story is. So that as storytellers, then we should look at what is the Christ story. If that is I guess, if you're following Truby's thought process and you're trying to tell a great story, well, then the best story you can ever tell is a retelling of Christ. And I'm trying to understand that. I'm trying to look at these parts of the story and go, why is this one the best one that we can tell?
Well, the thing that's interesting to me is that I do feel like, and part of this is, of course, just because Christianity is so influential in the West. So, people are going to retell stories about, Krishna and Ram in India or whatever. But here we often tell stories about redeemers, borrowing from Christianity. But it is, when we do tell stories that are referencing Christ, it's almost never about the birth. It's actually more about sacrifice. It's specifically when he's fulfilling the archetype of hero as martyr, that seems to be the aspect that has resonated more and has like sunk in deeper into the Western consciousness.
I would say to the contrary, that I would say, as has been brought up in the comments, that the central message of Christianity is the Easter story.
Yeah, but I mean, like
but I would say absolutely that as in American culture in general, which do we identify more with, Christmas or Easter? I mean, Christmas is a national holiday. I mean, the Christmas story, I would say by far we talk about.
But that's partly also because Christmas is not just like, it's not just a Christian thing. It has so many other pagan influences as well as we celebrate it. And so it's one that, like, I, as a non-Christian myself, I enjoy Christmas quite a lot. I don't really have any interest in Easter. To me, Easter is just a Christian holiday in my mind, even though that also has pagan influences in terms of like, how people celebrate. But in terms of like, what do you do on Easter Day? It's like going to church, I guess. I don't know. Maybe there's other things non-Christians do and I'm just not aware of them. But I don't know. I was going somewhere with that comment. What was I trying to say? But basically I was trying to say that basically I think the holiday of Christmas maybe is more popular than the holiday of Easter, but the story of someone who lays down their life for their friends, I think that is something that resonates more deeply than a miraculous birth. Though these are both, resonant stories, but I think the sacrificial one, is more, has been more influential.
I would say that if I sat down to talk to like my nephews and to tell them a story, that we talk about the best stories having themes and being arguments between different sides of things and coming up to some resolution of a theme all the time on this channel.
Yeah.
And if I told them Easter, like you're talking about right there, I could say that at the end of this, we're talking about a story of self-sacrifice and the importance of self-sacrifice. If I sat down and I told them the nativity story, yes, I'm telling them a very culturally significant story, one that they should know because it has influence on so many other things and so forth.
Right.
But once I finish the nativity story, what message are they supposed to receive? I guess that's the question that I'm dealing with.
And that's why I think it was so important to separate them, because when you combine them, there isn't really a message at all.
For either one. What is Luke's message?
We already talked about it.
I just read the gospel according to Luke to my nephews. What message are they supposed to receive?
I already went through this though. I can pull it up again.
But can you say it in 4 words?
Trust in God. I don't know.
Trust in God.
No matter what.
Okay. All right. So, now there we go.
Or something like have hope in darkness. Either of
hope in darkness. Okay. Yeah. So if I tell them the gospel according to St. Matthew,
miracles do happen, and God is good. Something like that. That's what I would say.
That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for what is the story about. What am I supposed to get out of this? And I was struggling with it. Sable says, question for both of you, Heath and Brianna. Heath seems to be distressed by the why was this necessary question, and Brianna seems defensive. Do either of you know? Wait, do either of us know
why we're being defensive? My defensiveness was not because I disagree like ethically and morally. I have the same like theological perspective I think that Heath does, but more in terms of like I was more just trying to defend like what the story itself was doing, which I think is just like 2 different questions, I guess, in my mind. Or what it was trying to do.
For $5, James for $5 says the Bible is structurally a myth. Myths are their own thing, frequently symbolic and often nonsensical within the context of standard stories.
I feel like that's in a sentence what I've been trying to say. Actually, They change it. Like they're symbolic, often nonsensical within the context of storytelling. That's why I keep going back to Joseph Campbell. I'm like talking about all these symbols, because I'm like, it's not something that you're supposed to think on a brainy level. I don't think is how these types of stories are supposed to work. They're gutsy, like I was saying. They're symbolic. They're dealing with they're dealing with things on a symbolic level, rather than dealing with if there actually was this, slaughter of innocents, blah, 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 like what is the implications of that? Like, that's not the level that these kinds of stories are typically dealing with. It's more, again, it's not surface level isn't the right way. It's just symbolic, I guess.
Yes. I would say that it is nonsensical, because there's a lot of nonsensical things in this story. Yes. Things that when you're trying to tell them that you're like, what? Herod is trying to find Jesus. Well, there's a gigantic star over his house. Why is it that Herod can't just look at the star and go to his house? I mean, that's an obvious thing that you would look at as a plot hole in a story today.
Also, the census in Luke, not trying to step on anybody's toes or anything, but there's literally no historical evidence of that. And it's also absurd because that was 1,000 years ago. He's going to the place of his ancestors from 1,000 years ago. Who even knows who their ancestors were from 1,000 years ago? So that's pretty. So
yes, you do have these I dealt with that like, and then the star reappears with the. So yes, there are nonsensical elements, but I'm still okay with there being nonsensical elements if I had at the end of the story a central message. I don't have it.
So why are you not satisfied with the central message that that Cameron and I were both talking about for both of these stories? Because that's where I'm curious on, like,
that miracles can happen.
That, like, Luke is talking to I guess I'm trying to think. Let me just pull it back up again. Let's look at what I put.
Well, okay, he was talking about how Luke is talking to Greek and Roman gentry,
mm-hmm.
and trying to convince, and you do see this throughout this entire thing. And here is this, but then also we've got Matthew, who are trying to talk to Jews who are following this new religion and no longer feel at home, right, and are possibly being persecuted because of this.
So here are the two themes as I noticed them. So for Matthew, our slaughtering of the innocent story.
When things are difficult and confusing, trust in God. This
mm-hmm.
story provides encouragement and hope in the darkness.
And then our census story with Zechariah and Elizabeth and all those things, it's more just like the whole thing is just a celebration. It's talking. So have faith and believe, for miracles do happen. I think that is what I would say is the message.
Have faith and believe, miracles do happen.
Don't be all like questioning things. Don't be all like, oh, but could God really do that? No, God can, and God is good, and you need to believe, and good things are going to happen. Like that's kind of what that story is accomplishing. Yeah, and you can make a whole different argument. Should you conclude that from the story? Like I don't agree. I don't agree with either of these messages. I'm an atheist. I don't think we should have faith, but and I don't think that is, like, there's a lot of things that I would question in these stories, but that is what these stories are doing. That is what their message is to their audience. And yeah.
I am fine with the idea that the story may be written to an audience who is just not someone today.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's completely possible that somebody in 100 AD, like a well-educated Roman that Luke is writing to in 100 AD may read that story and get something important, get something like that out of it. I would say that's possible.
Right.
But I would say I don't get that out of it today.
That's fair.
We don't grapple with what it means today in a significant way. And I don't also, even to the point that I don't see that, like when we talk about Christmas Story today, like as any church that I've been in, we've never addressed that, well, this story isn't actually even written for us. That the reason this doesn't make any sense is because and we should.
But that's also a critique of just what a lot of modern religions do. So yeah, it's inevitable that we would go outside the lines of simply talking about these as stories. Can't help it. We all have perspectives here, but
yeah. I guess my ultimate, when I wrestled with this and I wrote this story, it seemed that it brought up questions that are the eternal unanswerable questions. Okay.
Tell us more.
Well, this is okay. So the question in the very beginning, okay, that Sataniel poses is the eternal question that all of us want to know. You seek to spare lives by coming to this world as a babe rather than as a conquering king. But do you not know the hearts of men? I see where the seeming kindness leads. Death, agony, lamentations, weeping, great mourning, and the bodies of babe hewn and dismembered. Is that not what the prophet Jeremiah hath said? Why go to the earth? Why not go to the earth in all your glory? This is specific, this question right here. Why not go to the earth in all your glory and have the angels skewer the wicked upon their spears, thereby avoiding the bloodletting of the innocents? I mean, that's the question all of us have of heaven. If God is good and God can destroy evil, why doesn't he just come down here and eradicate evil? That is the question that's asked.
Right.
And that is a question that you have to deal with, as I see it, when you read these stories.
The problem of evil, that's essentially what that is.
And that no one can answer. So the Christmas story poses that question, but is ultimately unable to adequately answer it because it's a question none of us can answer. We don't have, and I draw parallels to the book of Job. Book of Job talks about why do bad things happen to good people. In that case, depending on your particular interpretation of behold or very well, in particular ones, we're talking about heaven doing things to people in order to test them. Why did my children die? It's because heaven was testing me to see, even if my children died, will I still praise God? Okay, because that's telling you sometimes heaven may kill your kids, and that's your test, right? That's why. That's just trying to grapple with that question.
Yeah, that's not really a heaven I want to associate.
This is also dealing with that question. You're like, wait a minute, all those people who had the death of the innocents, they didn't do anything wrong, and yet they all died. Why did heaven let that happen? So when I was reading it, that's why I drew the parallel between the Christmas story and the book of Job, because both of these were experiencing stories where horrible, horrible things happen to good people. And try hard as they might, even as a book like the Bible, it can't even, at the end of the day, provide us an acceptable answer to that question.
Yeah, it feels a little unfair for the two of us as atheists to be talking about this now, because this is a theological question that...
No, it's not at all, because I've been religious, and these are important questions of theology. You can talk about questions of theology even as an atheist.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying it's like we're asking a question that both of us are going to come to the same answer on. There's no one here to argue with us. That's why I'm like,
right. Well, I mean, that would be great. But
no Christian here.
If we had somebody from the other side, but I'm saying that's what I ended up with.
I mean, that's where I'm at too.
These stories are trying to grapple with, I thought, big questions, but they ultimately provide unsatisfactory answers.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. I feel it so strongly. I write a lot of stories about that very thing too.
Hey, Retro Nerd Girl. Good to see you. Retro Nerd Girl says, I've been lurking. Awesome deep dive, and I love the conversation in the chat. Great topic. Yes, this has been fantastic.
Whew. Well, now we've gone through, all the happiness, but then now we're in the dark heaviness.
Druden Fuzz says, I agree with you that it's not for modern audiences, but that would prove Truby wrong, which is interesting. Since how can the story be that great if it doesn't have a modern audience? That's a good question.
Yeah, that makes it less universal. It makes it something that more for its time. But I guess the sort of counter argument to it is like when you have a religion that becomes a world religion. Christianity is, one. I think Buddhism is very comparable to it because it does the same thing. Where if the original message doesn't really fit in a new culture or context that it has, migrated to, then the meaning will just change. And that's why you have so many different denominations. You have so many different, that's not the only reason, of course, but that's one of the reasons why so many different versions of Buddhism, same thing, where it's just like, people are just they're gonna create new meanings, even if that isn't the meaning that the originals, that was for the original audience, the original authors. It's that, or people leave the religion. It's to adapt or die. That's just how it works.
I suppose when we have the hybrid and amalgam story that we say is the typical understanding of Christmas today, people are going to tell you a hybrid story of Matthew and Luke.
Right.
This is going to have shepherds and it's going to have wise men. It's not going to have the massacre of the innocents. It's probably not going to have John the Baptist.
Yeah, just the best parts. We'll have the census.
So
we'll
we're
have,
just gonna take and then as a result, we're saying this child is here to save us.
Yeah.
Here is our message of hope. This is how this happened. Don't think about why, because we can't answer that question. It's an unanswerable question. But even in this world where we don't understand why bad things happen to good people, we have hope because this child is going to be sacrificed for everything that we have done, for all of our sins. So that's what I suppose that it's the message of hope. I guess that's what I would say that I typically encounter when I encounter Christmas.
Yeah.
Is that, wait a minute, we have a birth, we have a beginning, we have a message of hope.
Yes. That's how it's told.
This going forward. Even though, as we've said, if you look at, but that's interesting that it's the amalgam that is the one that speaks to us, the amalgam and whatever that speaks to us culturally today. It's not actually the text, that what's actually written in these texts that is speaking to us when we talk about Christmas and its meaning today. It's something else that we've extracted from this.
Else, and it's something else that I think leans more strongly into Luke's than Matthew's, I feel like. Because Luke's comes close to that.
Luke is wise men and the star are real important.
Yeah. So it is
But that's also an interesting thing that we could think about how that happens and what that means. That if this is a continuation of because if we talk about 2,000 years ago, there are people who are taking these stories and what's most meaningful to them, and they're extracting that, and then they're writing it into their writings in order to communicate something that they find meaningful. And now today, perhaps, we don't find either the story of Luke or Matthew meaningful, but we can extract some elements from both Luke and Matthew and construct a story which is meaningful and which gives us hope. That would be a continuation of the entire religious story construction.
That is a really interesting thought. Yeah, perhaps.
Maybe that's what's going on.
Well, that's what's going on. But then there's also, of course, the tradition of biblical literalism, which has to accept that every single thing is true. So they have to force it to be together.
Yes. Yeah,
that's why we get it. But maybe that's not the reason why. But even though I say that, but you bring up a good point that not every detail is included in our version. So it is a mashup, but it isn't completely. So yeah, I think your thought there is intriguing.
I bet that if I were to do, which is actually not what I set out to write, by the way. We'll say that what I wrote was a rather cynical approach.
Yeah.
But I didn't set out to write that. And like I said, I do see books, that I had as a kid. That's the Christmas Story, which is an amalgamation of these two things that is happy, that I think is probably portraying a message of hope. And I bet you could construct an entire story like that. It wasn't the story that I got out of that because I had to deal with other things. But I bet you could rewrite a hopeful story about a redeemer for all mankind, which is what it is, out of that. Even though, yes, I went for a cynical route to intentionally engage with things that people do not engage with today.
Yeah, the people just kind of gloss over, right?
Which is a part of Christianity that we gloss over. Yeah. Well, I know actually. So I'm pretty. And there may be something else to talk about and continue, but actually, I'm pretty happy as we talk that out with that resolution to that answer.
Yeah.
A resolution to that question. That was a pretty reasonable answer, I think.
Well, good. I at some point kind of closed the Campbell's book because even though there were more notes, I feel like the purpose that they play in the conversation, I think we've probably wrapped that up. I'm not sure. I mean, I can glance at it, but I feel like there's probably not more.
With the hero's journey and the Christ identification with the different mythological.
Yeah, I think
that's what you're talking about, right?
I think I've pretty much, even though I had more things, I think I've pretty much, contributed there what the conversation needed. Yeah. Is there anything else?
I don't know. At least I'll flip through these notes right over here.
I guess I'll glance at mine too, just in case, just to make sure we got to just thoroughly cover everything we possibly could, guys.
Oh no! Actually, there's one thing I wanted to bring up too. Actually, I don't think I brought this up. That this story crystallized as I was writing the story, because I just the process of writing the story for those who are interested in this. As I originally wrote this story a long time ago, it ended with the wise men seeing the star in the sky, and they were starting on their path to Jerusalem. And then I just ended there. And I ended there because that was the end of Christmas. Because to me, as an Episcopalian, the arrival of the wise men is Epiphany. You know, that you've got the Christmas story and then you've got Epiphany. And even though traditionally, like we were just talking about, the Christmas story is, oh my God, the emperor declares this, and then we're going to Bethlehem, and then there's a birth, and then the shepherds show up, and then boom, the wise men are right here, and boom, it's all done in 12 hours. You know, you've got the arriving of the wise men in Epiphany, which is not even 3 months later or 2 months later or whatever, but it's like 2 years later, at a different time. And so when I originally wrote this story, I just ended it with the wise men seeing the star. And I was like, maybe one day I'll write a follow-up story about whatever happens to the wise men as they are coming in to see Christ, and then end with Epiphany. And that would be like a duology or something like that. That was what I was originally thinking. But it was when I was rewriting all of this that I realized that, no, I think this story goes, the conclusion of the story is the massacre of the innocents. That I'm doing it a disservice by not going to that. So basically only 2 sentences of this whole story, or what I originally wrote anyway. But especially the second half, after the wise men see the star, is completely rewritten. As I realized that I have to go to the massacre of the innocents. But it wasn't working. The talking about from the protagonist story. This is also I didn't send this story to Kamran during its construction because I was like, he won't like it. Because it's not a traditional structured story, because I was trying to adapt Matthew and Luke. I was trying to put both of them together, which means it's not a traditionally structured story.
Yeah, but what does traditionally structured mean?
Well, this is not the hero's journey. This is
That's
not
the only traditional structure.
No, I know, but it's also not. It's not that. It's an amalgamation of trying to tell what Luke and Matthew were. So that was it wasn't working because originally, when I conceptualized this story starts off in heaven. For those who haven't read it, it starts off in heaven with heaven's court, and God is telling everybody about that he's about to be born into the world as Jesus. And then I went to the massacre of the innocents, and Gabriel, who was the main character, basically stopped being agentive halfway through. He was just watching everything happen, and I had written the whole story, and I know I texted you because I had written the whole thing and I had finished it, and then I read it through and I went, this sucks. And that's when I went for a walk and I texted you and I was like, this is not working.
Yeah, you're like, the second half I have to completely
The second half is not working. So I had to make Gabriel more agentive in it. And I encountered there an interesting part of the theology of the Jehovah's Witnesses. So there's actually the Jehovah's Witness theology in this story. The Jehovah's Witnesses say that the Star of Bethlehem was a satanic creation. because it leads directly to the massacre of the innocents.
Yeah.
And they say that God would never have created the Star of Bethlehem if it was going to lead to the tragedy and the massacre of the innocents. And so they say that Satan created that star. And as I was reading that, I went, oh my God, that's when the character of Sataniel was created. And I went back and I rewrote the entire thing because I was like, oh my God, that's when the character from Job needs to come in here. And he's the one who needs to create the star. And it needs to be not Gabriel who creates it, because in the original incarnation, it was Gabriel who creates it. And then he sits back and watches all of this stuff happen with the wise men and then the massacre. And then I was going to have them return to heaven at the end to mirror the beginning scene, to have a discussion and debate about what had happened. But it just was boring. It was lame. It was just terrible. So it was interesting to me. I had never heard this before, that Jehovah's Witnesses think that the Star of Bethlehem was a satanic creation. And so that's what came over into my story. And that's what actually made the whole story work. The idea of the whole debate and the whole story being a back and forth between Sataniel and Gabriel.
Yeah, see, that's interesting to note that the Jehovah's Witnesses do interact with that particular question, that they don't.
They do, right? Yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah. And in fact, in a very strong way, in a denial way, because in most every nativity scene, or in all nativity scenes I've ever seen, the star is a fantastic thing. It's a holy thing.
But we put on top of a Christmas tree,
Christmas tree, right, and things like that. But they don't see it that way, and I thought that was fantastic, and so that's why I incorporated.
I'll take that for.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God, I'll take that, and that's what basically made the whole story work.
I think I have at least one little thing that I'll bring in. I'm not going to do all of these, but okay. Just a quick side note, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Yeah.
So talking about the childhood of the hero, one of the things that he mentions is that if there's a child with destiny, that they will face a long period of obscurity. So this is a time of extreme danger, impediment, or disgrace. So that's related to the infant exile or whatever. I feel like that kind of fits with John's stories a little bit too, John the Baptist, where it's a little bit different, but in his case, well, I guess I guess it's unclear how much he has grown up before he goes out into the wilderness. So maybe this doesn't apply to him. I'm not sure. I'm curious if anyone in the comments knows. I can't remember if that's clear or not. But yeah, that there's that sense of like going out into danger and then returning. And then once you return, that's when the story, the characters like heroic, I guess their hero's journey might begin, or whatever their most heroic, the things that they're known for as a hero begin after they return from this exile. And it's like something really dangerous. I guess that's also what going to Egypt is in this story. Oh, wait, I got to read these. Okay, there are some more things here, because we got some examples of well, I'm just going to read this out because I'll just read it. So the myths agree that an extraordinary capacity is required to face and survive such experience. The infancies abound in anecdotes of precocious strength, cleverness, and wisdom. Heracles strangled a serpent sent against his cradle by the goddess Hera. Maui of Polynesia snared and slowed the sun to give his mother time to cook her meals. Abraham, as we have seen, arrived at the knowledge of the one true God. Of the one God. Jesus confounded the wise men. Of course, that's one of the stories about Jesus' childhood that is in the Bible. It's not using miracles, but using wisdom. The baby Buddha had been left one day beneath the shade of a tree. His nurses suddenly noted that the shadow had not yet moved in all afternoon, and that the child was sitting fixed in a yogic trance. He had more of these in the Quran version of the childhood of Jesus, but yeah, I thought that was interesting. So here's what I was just saying before. The conclusion of the childhood cycle is the return or recognition of the hero, when after a long period of obscurity, his true character is revealed. So yeah, there's a pattern of, or there's a very loose pattern that has many different permutations for, this kind of a story. So those are all my notes.
Well, this was a fantastic conversation.
It went in a lot of places I didn't think it was going to go too.
Yeah, it did. Yes.
I learned a lot myself.
All right. Well, hey, let me, what's going on? Brianna.
What's going on?
City of Reckoning.
Yes, that one.
Go pick up the City of Reckoning. Go subscribe to our newsletter. She sent one out today.
I did. I sent one out. So there might be people from my newsletter that watch because I told them to come watch.
Like, and then also watch. So go right now. If you're still on YouTube right now, let me put what?
Oh God! Oh no!
Nope. Wrong link. Go from here. Go over to Brianna's YouTube and watch Caro.
Caro. But yes.
Caro. Sorry. Watch Caro.
Spanish word.
Right there. And then also, once you're done with that, go over there and please come back the Trial of Saint Gabriel. I got digital copies, and also this is I just finished a new files for all the hard copies today. It's like this is too washed out. I don't know what happened. I think I fixed that. So we're gonna get much better hard copies. So come over here and get the Trial of Saint Gabriel if you're interested in watching or reading that.
I mean, if you've stayed with this conversation up to now, you probably are interested in the things that the story deals with. So you should go get yourself a copy if you haven't.
It's only $4. Digital copies are only $4. So please head over there and get Trial of Saint Gabriel. I would love to have you on the Kickstarter page. All right.
Ooh, I feel exhausted after this.
I know. I feel exhausted too. I'm like, oh my God, maybe I should go.
Like a combination of like a lecture, like a historical lecture, and then like religious, comparative religious stuff, and then we got into theology. We talked about myth, and it was a literature class too. It felt like it was like 4 different types of like classes that I feel like I just had.
Well, it's because you're going to talk about the Christmas story. You're going to be talking about all those things. So
that's what we do here on the Table Talk.
We do. So we're not afraid of topics like that are going to take us into all of these corners of the Geekverse. All right. And everybody, thank you so much for being here in the chat with us again. You guys make it fantastic. I know we didn't get to as many chats and things like that this time, but thank you so much. Everybody contributes to the chat. I know everybody loves reading everybody's chats, and there's conversations that goes on in the chats. And if you watch in replay, thank you so much as well. Thank you so much for being part of the replay crew. If you're here, write comments down in the comment section. If you've got things that we should look at or that you need to bring up, please put them down in the comments. It'd be great help. And please do like the stream to get this out to more people, because we've been going crazy on Table Talk. We've 350 subscribers in the past week or something like that. So this is fantastic. Thank you to everybody who is showing up here and who has become part of this stream. So love you all, I guess.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. All right. I'll see everybody later. I'll see everybody on the morning grind tomorrow morning. Later, everybody.